Good morning. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to central staff, everyone. Pleasant good morning. And welcome to the Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing today. I want to just first, we're going to just, this earlier today, there was a ceremony on St. Thomas concerning the signing of the GRS legislation, and I understand my colleagues are making their way to the well, both committee and non-committee members. With that, I also, as I've always encouraged the public to do, is to also get ready for today's hearing, is to go to the legislature's website, that's legvi.org, click on the committee's folder. Today is is February 8th. For the Education Committee, and there you will find the agenda for today's hearing, testimonies, correspondence, and certainly the bills that are on today's agenda. So I really encourage, as I always encourage, members of the public to be informed. And what I'll do now, I will take just a brief 2-minute recess to the public as we continue to get ready for hearings. I want to highlight that one of the things that I keep on emphasizing with our testifiers in giving them a deadline a few days before the hearing is that few do really abide by that timeline. Again, this morning receiving testimony, particularly I'll highlight the Department of Education early this morning. And certainly, I gave the Department of Education through Commissioner Barry Benjamin ample time to prepare for today's hearing. So that seems to be the norm, but we can continue to ask for that norm to change so that we are best prepared for hearings. So with that, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands for a brief 2-minute recess. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess, and we will begin today's hearing if you're just tuning in. Again, good morning to everyone. And I want to, we're going to first, I want to first, before we begin, and I have the clerk, of course, read, do the roll call and also read today's agenda. I want to begin by offering my opening statement. And today cannot be possible. We really have to thank the central staff, the media, facility management, custodial management, staff journal, Office Legal Counsel, everyone, really in the respective staff offices for preparing for today. A lot goes into preparing for our hearing. And I also want to thank the testifiers who have taken up their time, of course, to be part of today's hearing. And as I encouraged, as we had started a few minutes ago, I really want to continue to encourage the listening audience all to, obtain the committee documents. They are available on the legislature's website. And so I really encourage, especially today, there's a number of bills on today's agenda. We are this month celebrating, February is Black History Month. It's an annual celebration of the achievements of African Americans, recognizing their central role in U.S. history. Black history grew out of Negro History Week, which was a brainchild of historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson, and since 1976, February has been designated as a month of celebration. Black History Month is not only recognized in the United States, other countries, including Canada and the UK, celebrate the contributions of African Americans worldwide. Here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, we not only celebrate Black History Month, and I will correct the Virgin Islands of the United States, that's our legal name. I know we often use U.S. Virgin Islands. It serves as a great institution to Virgin Islands History Month, commemorated locally in the month of March. And I will also highlight that we are in the decade known as the United Nations Decade for International Decade for people of African descent. So especially this month, we highlight all those in promotion of this decade. I am a 2016 Fellow of the United Nations Fellowship Program, and I continue to encourage all Virgin Islanders to participate in the decolonization process, which this month also reminds us of. After almost 2 years of remote learning, 2022 brings with it the return to in-person learning for the children of the Virgin Islands public school system and the promise of opportunities for a blossoming workforce as the territory continues to welcome visitors to our shore. As the chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, I am steadfast in my commitment to ensuring that the children of the Virgin Islands continue to thrive academically in the classroom and are able to seize viable employment opportunities in the territory following graduation. And I do this, of course, in collaboration with my committee members, with all the stakeholders of education. As we gather for today's hearing, parents in our community continue to have questions, including administrators, teachers, about the quality of instruction students receive, and for when they were not present in the classroom. We know learning loss was quite significant. There are also parents in need of an online learning alternative with many unanswered questions about the resources available to them and to their students. In the territory, we have struggled with our teacher recruitment and have having the required complement and support within the classrooms. And this year often presents us a challenge with supportive staff. As we see on the mainland, there is a continued teacher loss due to COVID-19. And how is this impacting the territory's schools? How many teachers have we lost? How many students have we lost due to teachers not being available in the classroom? And what are our plans to ensure that we are now back in person learning, and if we have enough teachers for the student population? The concerns I received, and we've all heard and received, as well as committee members and non-members, are from parents regarding what is happening and not happening in the classrooms, but also from teachers with dedication to their jobs, also in need of support both professionally and financially. As members of the union, Virgin Islands Board of Education, the leadership of the Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, and other stakeholders, I have questions about what we are doing to properly compensate our teachers and what efforts are being made to provide skill building and development so that we can ensure that our community will have the best education, grooming our next generation. We currently have two boards dealing with curriculum and administration of the schools. We have the Virgin Islands Board of Education and the Career and Technical Education Board, which are equally critical for the crafting of curricula responsible for educating our students and honing the skills for the next generation of college students, skilled crafts people, men and women, entrepreneurs and employees, and how these two boards are collaborating effectively to ensure that respective curriculum and service delivery is aligned. And finally, this committee, we are tasked with reviewing legislation, crafting legislation, and representing our constituents and requiring accountability for the funds appropriated to the respective entities responsible for education and workforce development, and these agencies and entities' commitment to executing and delivering. We have had a long wait for the numerous requests that I field through as a chairwoman, requests coming by my committee members, non-committee members, and we seek in today's hearing to obtain those answers. We will now proceed, and thank you again to the testifiers and all involved. We will now proceed with the roll call. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Giddens. Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Janelle K. Sarro, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Kurt A. Vialet, present. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, present. Madam Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I would like to also recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Samuel Carrion. Good morning, Senator, and also I'm looking at the
Senator
others.
Francis.
And Senator Francis, I have you marked down, and welcome both of you, and good morning, and thank you for attending. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I will ask you to read and if we have any correspondence into the record. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Letter dated February 8, 2022, from the Honorable Senator Milton E. Potter to the Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairwoman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, 3022, Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Chairwoman Whitaker, please be advised that due to a scheduled conflict, I will be late in attending today's Tuesday, February 8, 2022 Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting, scheduled to begin at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz E. Louette's conference room on St. Croix. My sincere apologies for any inconvenience my delayed arrival may cause. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we now read today's agenda into the record. Before you read the agenda into the record, I want for the testifiers, if you are not in Block 1, so Block 1, you can actually, for now, just log off, just for bandwidth and also matters. So if you are, the testifiers in Block 1 are Block 1 include Commissioner Barry Benjamin and Dr. Stephanie Berry for the Board of Education. So just if you're not either one of those, or of course part of the Department of Education leadership team, if you will kindly log off, and we look forward to having you in your respective block. Madam Clerk, please proceed. Thank you.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development has scheduled a hearing for Tuesday, February 8, 2022 at 10 o'clock a.m. in the Fritz E. Louette's conference room on St. Croix. We'll receive the following testimonies on the following bill. Bill number 34-0154, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the public schools, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion and Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers are Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, VI Department of Education; Stephanie Barry, PhD, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Bill number 34-0189, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, relating to school management accountability, sponsored by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers: Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Kaiser Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education; Rosa Soto Thomas, President, St. Croix Federation of Teachers, AFT Local 1826; Dr. Michelle T. Francois, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education; Leoton Jones, President, St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers, AFT Local 1825; Margarita Benjamin, President, U.S. Virgin Islands Congress of Parents, Teachers, and Students Association, Inc. Block 2. Bill number 34-0086, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 111A, relating to school health programs to provide for mental health education and instruction, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Invited testifiers: Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Dr. J. Zen Masarve, Psychiatrist, St. Thomas East End Medical Center; Dr. Lori Thompson, Psychologist, Insight Psychological Services, LLC. Bill number 34-0079, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 7, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund, and making an appropriation of $2,500,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction and Maintenance Fund and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor; Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Emanuela Perez Casuas, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Block 3. The committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education regarding the status of State Educational Agency Plan for the American Rescue Plan outlaying areas state educational agency funds as it relates to 2022 in-person school reopening and the overall status of 2022 in-school reopening. Invited testifiers: Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Kaiser Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Madam Chair, the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0154?
Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers and all those listening today. Buenos días a todo mi gente. It is my pleasure this morning to introduce Bill 34-0154, which will help to improve and guide instruction for our Virgin Islands English learner students. Bill 34-0154 amends Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 4(1)A, relating to bilingual education, to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the public schools. My legislation seeks to address a very pressing issue relative to the quality of education of our non-English speaking students are receiving. The bill aims to enhance the 1968 Bail Act, adopted locally in 1972. This act was the first official federal recognition of the needs of students with limited or non-English speaking ability. It has been 50 years without any substantial revisions to this statute, though the original enacting clause has been amended several times. Needless to say, after 50 years, these updates to our law are long overdue. And to ensure that all our children are receiving the educational opportunities necessary to become productive members of our society. Bill 34-0154 amends the existing 1972 statute that was adopted to require the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual English language development program in our public school for students who are identified as English learners, and to assist them in attaining English language proficiency and meeting academic standards. The bill also sets forth other regulations and provide clarity relative to what is required by the Department of Education. I should note that this measure was carefully crafted with the input of the Department of Education and the Board of Education. Colleagues, we have a growing student population of English learners in our schools. Their first language include Spanish, French Creole, and Arabic. It is also our responsibility to ensure that they are receiving a quality education, and it starts with this bill. One of my colleagues will be offering an amendment on my behalf this morning that will also reflect some adjustments sought by the Department of Education. This amendment has been distributed and provides the bill with more clarity and inclusion. I want to express my gratitude to the Commissioner of Education and her leadership team, as well as the director, the executive director, and the chair of the Board of Education for meeting with me to go over this measure in great details. I also want to thank the co-chair, Senator Whitaker, for her support. This may not be a perfect solution to all our issues surrounding this program. However, we all agree that it is a step in the right direction. Let's work together to bring relief to those who need it the most, our children. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, and I really appreciate the efforts, and I do believe, and that's why I joined the effort, I believe, trilingualism, and I can tell you that the world countries that ensure that children leave knowing multiple language, a lot of those children are thriving, and our students actually miss out on opportunities in the workforce, but even globally. There are a lot of organizations that really encourage persons to speak multiple languages, so I really look forward to that support. And as is customary, I will, certainly for bills, but certainly for entire agenda today, I will be swearing testifiers in. So all of the testifiers should all, for block one, please have your video up and raise your right hand, and I will read the oath. And again, the oath is as per Rule 507B of our rules. Okay, please raise your right hand. Thank you. And just at the end, you just say, I do. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? See? Wait on you, turning to you. I say I do. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Barry Benjamin, you may proceed with your... Before you proceed, Commissioner Barry Benjamin, Senator Gittens, for point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. I'm just wondering, what's the reason for asking for them to take an oath and we can't hear the response. I didn't hear any response from the testifiers.
Thank you for that, Senator Gittens. And it's a matter, of course, of respect and just, but also part of the process, as per our rules. So thank you for making that noticing that. Commissioner Barry Benjamin, you may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I am pleased to provide testimony on behalf of Commissioner Rackleberry Benjamin on Bill 34-0154, Bilingual and English Language Development Program. Present with me today are Victor Sohm III, Assistant Commissioner.
Can you please hold your testimony? Hold your testimony. What Senator Gittens is emphasizing, and it's part of the record, I did see mouths move, but of course we didn't hear you. And so, of course, I'm one of the senators who do swear testifiers in. So again, I will read it again. Raise your right hand. Let's do it again. And just simply turn your mics off, mics on, and indicate I do. Once again, do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Turn on your mics.
I do.
I do. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. So please, and again, as I want to also remind you, as you speak, be sure to identify yourself as we go through the hearing. So I will yield back to the representative for Commissioner Barry Benjamin. Please place your name and title onto the record and then proceed.
Point of inquiry.
Senator Violet? Point of inquiry?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do know that you do swear in testifiers, but in reference to testifying on bills, it is not the norm to swear in testifiers who have been invited to give the input on a bill. If it's a probing issue that we have, but not related to a bill, then we can swear in, but we do not swear in testifiers who we have invited to come and provide their input on a particular bill.
Thank you, Senator Violet. Representative for Commissioner Barry Benjamin, please place your name and title on the record and proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Department of Education. Good morning, Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development.
If you're not speaking, please make sure to mute your mic as she's speaking and some feedback.
Members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I am pleased to provide testimony on behalf of Commissioner Rackleberry Benjamin on Bill 34-0154, Bilingual and English Language Development Program. Present with me today are Victor Sohm III, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District, Eric Silda Otley Herman, Acting Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District, Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education, Jose Perez, Language Acquisition Coordinator, St. Croix District, Dr. Migdalia Cruz Arterton, Language Acquisition Coordinator, St. Thomas St. John District, Attorney Alvincent Hudson III, legal counsel, and attorney Cynthia Moore, legal counsel. The State Office of Bilingual Education is a division within the Virgin Islands Department of Education under federal law and regulations that is responsible for providing guidance, technical assistance, monitoring, and support to the United States Virgin Islands school districts in the development and implementation of programs and assessments for English language proficiency of English learners. We also provide appropriate accommodations for English learners on state assessments and develop new accountability systems that include long-term goals and measures of progress for English learners so that they have equal access to high quality education and the opportunity to achieve their full academic potential. The philosophical approach of the Virgin Islands Department of Education to the English as a second language program is to create an inclusive environment. English learners that embraces their diverse cultural backgrounds and community heritage. All stakeholders, including students, parents, teachers, administrators, and community members, share the responsibility to develop English learners' linguistic, cognitive, and academic skills using evidence-based, high-quality instructional practices that provide them with the skills and competencies to achieve their goals and aspirations to become contributing citizens prepared for college, careers, and the global economy. The United States Virgin Islands Department of Education follows the requirements released by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights and the U.S. Department of Justice guidance released on January 7, 2015, found in the English Learner Toolkit. The VIDE ESL team has updated the VIDE English Learners Manual, which provides specific information about the program implementation and the identification and exiting of English learners. The Virgin Islands Bilingual Education and ESL program goals for English learners are aligned with Bill 34-0154. As such, the VID supports the bill. The title change reflects the current instructional needs of English learners in our territory. As stated in Bill 34-0154, bilingual education consists of classroom instruction in English and the student's native language taught by qualified bilingual education teachers, allowing English learners to acquire grade-level academic skills in their native language while learning the English language. This mode of instruction is more challenging to implement as it requires a more specialized teacher preparation, and that all students in the classroom speak the same native language. For this reason, the Department of Education supports the need to change the title from bilingual education to bilingual and English language development program. When reviewing subsection A line 3, and I quote, the Department of Education shall establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the Virgin Islands public schools for students once 10 or more students are identified as English learners to assist these students in the attaining of English language proficiency and meet academic standards, end quote. Though it provides an opportunity to implement more ESL programs, the challenges exist in finding enough qualified teachers to work in this educational setting. According to Aiden and Hoodieshell 2019, U.S. schools face chronic teacher shortages, and we see the same trend here in the Virgin Islands public schools. The VID solution to the long-standing challenge to train all teachers with the skills and strategies required to teach English learners would require us to use videos where teachers can view demonstration lessons as many times as they need at their leisure after the main training has occurred. In subsection B1, the changes reflect our legal obligation to English learners under civil rights law and other federal requirements as stated in the EL Toolkit. The Elementary Secondary Education Act, also known as ESEA, as amended by Every Student Succeeds Act, known as ESSA, requires state educational agencies that receive Title III grants, after timely and meaningful consultation with local agencies, to create and implement standardized statewide entrance and exit procedures for English learners, including an assurance that all students who may be English learners are assessed for such status within 30 days of enrollment in school in a state. It also states that Title III of the ESEA, as amended by ESSA, requires LEAs and SEAs to report on various key English learners related measures that can be used to improve local or state programs for English learners. In subsection B2, it has always been a requirement to provide training in ESL. On the other hand, this now becomes specific to recruiting qualified ESL teachers and the inclusion of all education personnel to be trained in the implementation and execution of the bilingual and English language development program. With the newly added section in Bill 34-0154, we agree that translating services are needed to keep parents who have English learners informed about programs, services, and activities available to them. The State Office of Bilingual Education will continue to work to expand the essential resources to improve both districts' bilingual and ESL programs. At this time, however, the department currently uses technology to translate the information from English into Spanish and French Creole, and it is reviewed by personnel for accuracy and dissemination. Continuing and retention policy and English learners with disabilities, VID has developed an English learners policy and procedures manual that includes a clear path on all policies related to English learners. The policy and procedures manuals were developed for both districts and by both language acquisition coordinators. The manual also contains an entire section about English learners with disabilities. Furthermore, the newly added section is geared to the Board of Education, and I quote, "Established through the Board of Education minimum training requirements of basic knowledge in the instruction of English learners for the general certification of teachers and school administrators," end quote. The Department of Education supports working alongside the Board of Education to accomplish this task. After more than a decade without a state director of bilingual education, we are pleased to now have a state director for bilingual education who specializes in bilingual education and English as a second language to monitor and continue developing the program. The VID supports Bill number 34-0154 and commends the bill's sponsor, Senator Samuel Carrion. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. We are available for any questions you might have.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with the next testifier. Chairman Kaiser Callwood, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, other members of the 34th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education, here on with VIBE or the Board. With me today are our Vice Chair, Winona A. Hendricks, and Executive Director, Dr. Stephanie Barry. We appreciate the opportunity to provide general comments on the proposed Bill number 34-0154, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education to direct the VI Department of Education, VIDE, to establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the public schools. The board supports English language development and proficiency and the establishment and maintenance of such programs in the public schools. Through its pre-K through 12 grades policies, the board supports language attainment not limited to bilingualism and multilinguistic opportunities as found within our student communities. For example, Spanish, Creole, and Arabic. Similarly, the board certification rules and regulations allow for teacher certification in Spanish and English as a second language, ESL. Furthermore, despite the lack of adequate staffing, the board continues to work with VIDE's Human Resources Department to expedite the certification of eligible teachers, including ESL and foreign language teachers. However, the bill's requirement that all persons seeking certification as teachers and school administrators have the basic knowledge in the instruction of English language learners needs to be funded and discussed in further detail with the board and VIDE. Also, given the current teacher shortages, this additional requirement may hamper recruitment efforts. As it relates to establishing and maintaining the bilingual and English language development programs in the public schools, historically, the VIDE had directors and coordinators for bilingual and ESL education. The VIDE can annually report on the English learner programs. Also, there are federal funds available to support these programs and related positions. For example, CARES ESF2 Bilingual Director, ARP Bilingual Education Evaluator. The VIDE can also refine its guidelines, curriculum, resources, assessment, and reporting protocols to ensure effective delivery of services to English learners, including those with disabilities. For example, bilingual education curriculum, ESL, and ELL support programs, and integrating family participation in communication and cultural immersion. Our students are often exposed to a particular language variation within their communities. Consequently, a student's native language may not be the instruction type language because of the variation within a specific language, for example, slang. In October 2021, the board reviewed and approved the most recent revision of the VIDE curriculum framework with recommendation. This framework includes English learners and allows for an inclusive environment for a diverse English learners population. The board supports a VIDE program that provides time for classroom instruction involving English and non-English speaking students because it supports each student's learning. Additionally, while teachers for bilingual programs are challenging to obtain, distance learning opportunities can open students to pen pals, virtual lessons, and virtual field trips to foreign destinations. The board's distance learning policy supports these opportunities. Also, the reference program is triggered only if there are at least 10 students. Otherwise, students must be placed at another school where the program is established. A review of VIDE's data on English learners, their teachers, support staff, and resources by district and school would assist in 1, determining the needs of English learners, and 2, providing an opportunity for a data-driven discussion on the impact of a change in the footprint of the campuses and school districts given the federal funding sources that will address school plans and facilities. The board also suggests that the bill include language that gives parents the right to opt out of ESL or bilingual education programs if they wish. In conclusion, the board fully supports providing quality instruction to all students, including our English learners. Thank you, Senator Samuel Carrion and Chairwoman Whitaker, for bringing forward this legislation and allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. We stand ready to answer questions posed.
Thank you, Chairman Callwood, for your testimony. We will now begin with the round of questioning. Senator Samuel Carrion, you may proceed, and we're going to proceed for. Oh, my apologies, because he was first, but he is the sponsor, so we'll yield back to you. Thank you for that. So our first senator is Senator Nova Francis, and we're going to proceed for a 5-minute question for one round. You may proceed, Senator Francis, with your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And first of all, I want to, before going to my question again, congratulate the members of the 34th Legislature and the Governor of the Virgin Islands, as this morning we were able to see him sign in action Bill number 34-0188, which speaks to bringing some solvency to the government employees retirement system. So we're looking forward to that legislation sailing through, as well as to see that the financial team is able to move the needle where we're at. I also want to take this opportunity to commend the bill's sponsor and this very, very important piece of legislation. And Chairman Colwood, in respect to ESL, what is currently the position of the board in respect to that? What is being done, or what is the policy driving ESL at this time?
Well, currently the Board of Education in its policies do have certification type for English as a second language learners, as well as secondary education for persons teaching in that area. So that's something that we always have provided through our certification, and we continue to update it. Currently, we are updating, in the process of updating that policy to reflect I guess the ever-changing environment of English as a second language learner and secondary education development for that population of students. Can you hear me?
We're not just talking about Spanish.
Can you hear me?
Can you hold Senator Francis' time? It's breaking up. The committee sends recess for just 1 minute. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess. Senator Francis, we'll start you over again because it was a little bit of a break, some internet issues. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back again to Chairman Carwood, and the question I'd ask him is in respect to bilingual. When we think about bilingual, are we just referring to Spanish, or are you looking at all of the other foreign language outside of English? What is the policy position of the board in regards to bilingual?
So we are not only talking about Spanish and English, and I hope you could hear me, Senator. We also talked about Creole, Arabic, other languages that are not the individual student's first language, and in coming to the Virgin Islands to ensure that they can be able to transition amongst our students. In addition to that, our certification policy provides the level of instruction that teachers wanting to either have the foreign language or classical language to have certification in that type. And we also have updated our K-12 motion retention policy that addresses English as a second language for that particular type of population of students here in our community. We want to ensure that that population, as well as our other students, get a well-rounded education in terms of foreign languages.
Well, thank you very much for that, because of course we live in a very diverse community, and we have other language outside of that. So I'm happy that you said that. Dr. Charleswell, do we have an idea what is the population, based on your current data, what is the population of individuals that requires ESL?
Good morning, Senator. We do have that information, and I'll have Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education, provide you with that information.
Good morning. Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education. On the island of St. Croix, we have 285 English learners. 40 of those are SPED and ESL. So the rest are 245 just ESL, English learners. In St. Thomas, St. John District, we have 902 English learners. 44 are special ed and ESL.
Very well. What do you see as the rationale for the disparity between the districts? Any particular concern there when you have 902 on the St. Thomas district and 295 on St. Croix?
I'm not sure of the disparities, but I do know that on the island of St. Croix, we have more of a Hispanic population, and on St. Thomas, St. John, we have more of a Haitian Creole population.
Very well. And if I could go again back to the Department of Education, Dr. Charleswell, in regards to the teacher pool for ESL, what does that number look like?
Dr. Camacho, can you give us the count for the teacher pool for ESL teachers?
Yes, Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education. On the island of St. Croix, we have 20 ESL trained and certified teachers. In St. Thomas, St. John District, we have 26 ESL trained and certified teachers.
Very well. Thank you so much for your responses thus far. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And again, I commend the bill sponsor for moving this legislation forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And I just want to also commend, because I've joined myself as both Senator Carrion and myself as the sponsors of the legislation, and it's a really important legislation. I also want to make sure I acknowledge, I do see acknowledge the presence of Senator Carla Joseph. Am I correct? Because I just... Good morning, Senator Joseph. Am I... Morning.
President, good morning. I have been here and I answered roll call. I believe I
Okay.
meant...
Thank you.
Yes, I did answer roll call, and I am a member of the committee. Were you
Okay.
calling on me to ask the questions?
No, my
Madam Chair?
apologies. No, what happened, there were a few people moving through the room, and I just had just spotted you in the corner there, so I just want to make sure that I didn't see you earlier. Thank you. So
I am thankful.
next senator is Senator VLA. You may proceed with your questioning.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. I had a chance to read the bill, and I agree that naturally we need to work on being able to create a bilingual program that is actually going to help the students that are affected. I know that the ability to attract teachers in bilingual education has been a problem. And my first question would be, what is the Department of Education doing to attract more bilingual education teachers, or to create training programs like we did in the past, where we're going to train individuals to become bilingual education teachers?
Good morning, Dr. Renee Chalfant. Senator Viola, I'm glad that you asked that question. One of the things that the department is doing currently is actually providing training and support to teachers on a UVI level. So college, university-wide, we're actually training teachers to become ESL providers. So we are recruiting teachers from within. We continue to recruit teachers from the outside to participate in this program.
How many teachers do we have in that particular program?
I know Dr. Arterton on the island of St. Thomas, the St. Thomas St. John district, recently had a graduating class. Dr. Arterton, can you update us on that, please?
Good morning, Senators, Senator Whitaker, Senator Viale. This is Dr. Migdalia Cruz Arthurton, District Coordinator for St. Thomas St. John. I wear two hats after 5 o'clock, university professor. The university graduated 10 teachers that were regular classroom teachers with an endorsement in the teaching of English as a second language. The university.
One minute. We don't have a lot of time, so when you say a lot, then my time is reduced. How many of those teachers that graduated, of the 10 teachers, are assigned as bilingual education teachers?
All 10.
St. Thomas, St. Croix district and number?
Sorry, didn't hear the question.
How many teachers per district?
That was just St. Thomas.
And St. Croix district?
Good morning, Jose Perez, ESL coordinator for the St. Croix district. We had 15 teachers that completed the ESL master's degree program in 2017.
17. Okay, this 2022. How many of those teachers are actually teaching bilingual education, and how many have retired?
At this moment of the 15, we have 9 working at ESL specialists. We had 1 retire, and we have 3 that left the district.
Okay, did we have any requirements built into that contract when the government of the Virgin Islands paid for these individuals to get the master's degree? Did we have anything built in that they had to stay in the Virgin Islands for a certain period of years?
Yes, there was a requirement for 5 years, but they left the district within that time period.
Have they been penalized? Have we charged them back for providing them with a master's degree? They were supposed to teach in the Virgin Islands for 5 years. If they broke the contract, they're supposed to be penalized. Are they being penalized?
Senator, those teachers left the district within the time of the contract, so they recently left the district into 2022.
2017 to 2020 is 3 years, and you said it was a 5-year requirement. In the bill, there's one section that I believe is literally impossible for us to be able to fulfill, and it is in section 1A2. Bilingual education consists of classroom instruction in English and the student's native language, taught by qualified bilingual education teachers, which allows English learners to acquire grade-level academic skills in the native language while learning the English language. So Department of Education, what happens if you have one class that have a Haitian Creole student, an Arabic student, and a Spanish-speaking student? Are you saying that you're going to provide 3 teachers in that classroom as per this requirement? I'm sorry, in your testimony, you kind of skirt around the issue.
No, Senator, it would require that we have at least 10 students to be able to open a classroom to support those students' needs.
And the language says, bilingual education consists of classroom instruction in English and the student's native language, which means if you have a class of 10 bilingual students, and one student speaks Arabic, one speaks Spanish, and the next one speaks Haitian Creole, that you must have a teacher in that classroom that speaks the student native language. Do you agree with section 2?
No, Senator. From our understanding of the bill, it will be specific just for those students. For example, if we have 10 or more students that speak Spanish, a classroom will be open to support those students. Other students will have to move to an ESL program.
ESL programs across the nation, and I've been in some ESL classrooms in South Florida. It is English as a second language. And a lot of those classrooms, you have students.
Senator Ville, your time has been called. You may conclude.
The language is clear. The language says that you must have a teacher in the native language. That is what the language says here. I agree with the bill. I agree with ESL, but I don't agree with the Department of Education literally saying that they have the capacity to be able to have individuals who are fluent in Arabic or Haitian Creole or Spanish. We're going to be convoluting implementing this particular bill if you get down to so specific. And real ESL programs don't do that. They don't do that. I mean, the federal funds are not prescribed that way. It doesn't say 10 for that particular, just saying once you have an ESL student that you must provide instruction in their native language. Section 2, and I guess the sponsor can speak to that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Senator Ville, were you looking for a response?
Naturally, yes. I want to hear Department of Education.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Page 2 of the bill, number 2. Yep. The language is very clear as to whether or not they believe that they could meet this particular requirement.
Good morning, Senator. Acting Insular Superintendent Atlee Herman. I will allow Coordinator Jose Perez, who heads that program in the St. Croix District, to answer your question.
Good morning, Jose Perez, coordinator for the English Language Acquisition Program on St. Croix. Senator, the bill speaks that gives an option to the Department of Education to implement either the bilingual education program or ESL program. As stated, yes, the bilingual education program requires teachers to be knowledgeable in both languages. We don't have right now that mode of instruction on either district. We do have the ESL program. As stated in the statement from Dr. Shafway, bilingual education programs is more intricate to implement because of the requirement and additional training that requires for that bilingual teacher to have. However, with us having an ESL program in the territory in both districts, we can provide the service that our English learners need. With the ESL program, we can put students with multiple languages and in one classroom, and that ESL qualified teacher can provide the needed structural support so the student can be successful. So the bill speaks to two modes of instruction that give the option, bilingual education and ESL program.
Madam Chair, please, with your indulgence, the second part of your statement, Mr. Perez, is that what I agree with, that you have multiple languages in the same classroom taught by a qualified ESL teacher, but Section 2 does not say that. And I expected to hear testimony from the department on the particular A2. And before the meeting is over today, I'd like you to reread that, and the department need to take a position on that. I agree with the bill, but 2, we cannot meet the mandates of 2. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ville. Senator Carrion, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. I would just like to bring some clarity to the position presented by my colleague with regards to Section 1A and line 8 reads as follows. The bilingual and English language development program may consist, so the key word there is may, consist of implementing a bilingual education or, keyword there is or, and English as a second language support program. So there is the option of having one or the other. We didn't want to cut out and leave bilingual education out, so we included it for future references. Once the ability of the department or the capacity of the department is there, they can follow through and implement this section of the law. Also in Section 1, A1 and 2 provides definition of each program. Each program is different. 1, English learners are students in grade pre-kindergarten through 12 who cannot speak, understand, read, or write English language well enough to carry on class activities in the same manner as their peers in the grades in which they are enrolled. And 2 speaks about bilingual education, which consists of classroom instructions in English and the student's native language taught by qualified bilingual education teachers, which allow English learners to acquire grade-level academic skills in their native language while learning the English language. So we have within the nation numerous jurisdictions that are doing duolingual, which is bilingual, allowing then instructions to be taught in both languages, which is the bilingual education program consists of. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. And before I move to the next senator, we have to really, there's a lot of pushback around curriculum, and I really have to drive home that our responsibility, we've been as legislators for over a generation, more than that, many years, in the efforts of curriculum. I understand there's some pushback when we, as some senators, some of us who desire that we get into curriculum areas, but it's really our fundamental responsibility as senators to ensure that we are putting into statutes what we want for the children of the Virgin Islands. And so, yes, there are resources that are necessary to accomplish that, but this argument about, as as we are updating Section 41, Title 17, Section 41 of the code that speaks to curriculum, we have to set the stage and standard. Jurisdictions, members of the public, you can do a quick search of curriculum, state by state, county by county, search the world, and you'll see many parliaments, in the case of the world, countries that use parliaments, and you see the effort for the updating of the code. We, the legislature, are setting the standard. Senator Gittens, you may proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Thank you, testifiers, for your testimony and your involvement in the crafting of this bill. Quick question to Department of Education. Your testimony, as I saw earlier, rightfully boasted of the hiring of a State Director of Bilingual Education after more than a decade, you stated. And I think she responded to a couple of questions thus far. Can she, again, can she be formally introduced and put her name on the record again, please?
Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education.
How long was she? How long is she on board now?
Excuse me, Senator. I started October 13th.
Okay, Dr. Charleswell and the board. You know, I mean, it was boasted that after more than a decade that this individual has been hired, it is only right that the individual be introduced to the community, and those who are directly affected will know how to reach out to this individual. So I'm encouraging the department to make sure that those that are in need of her services are aware that she's now on board, since we had a vacancy of over a decade. Now, as a result of the 2017 hurricanes and now the pandemic that's been with us since about March 13th, 2020, I know that the department has been challenged in many ways, and especially now with technology. So how are we, or how will we ensure that our students, not only our English learners, but also our disabled and neurodivergent students, how will we be assured of their needs?
Good morning, Senator. Acting Insular Superintendent Ursula Herman for the St. Croix District. One of the things that we do with our students who are English learners, they have an individualized educational plan. Our English specialists, our ESL specialists, perform their services and meet their accommodations both in a push-in and pull-out style, very similarly to the students in our special education program. Those plans are reassessed. They are time-stamped, whether it's biannually, but with our ESL programs is usually done yearly. And we determine how those accommodations need to change within the districts.
Good, and that's for our English learners. What about our disabled students?
Our special education students as well, they follow the same format.
And the neurodivergent students as well?
They fall under the Division of Special Education, and so yes.
Now, my colleague asked about the number of bilingual teachers per district. The response sounded like 10 on St. Thomas, 15 on St. Croix, I believe. If I'm not correct, please correct the record. But is this a sufficient amount of teachers per district for the number of students that we have to reach out to?
Senator, in the St. Croix district, it is not. We do have 3 vacancies. However, the individuals who are trained, they are content specialists and they're holding other classes. We are working to provide we have trained our mainstream teachers at our ESL schools in strategies to provide instruction to learners. And we are also launching a new cohort. We are actively working with HR to ensure that we recruit individuals so that when we replace an individual who's an English teacher who's ESL trained and to become an ESL specialist, we can fill the gap and vacancies or education continues.
And while we're talking about training and certifications, are any teachers' aides trained and certified in this area, or school counselors?
I know in the St. Croix district, we have presently 4 bilingual aides. They are receiving supports through Mr. Perez, as well as they are trained with our ESL teachers. I'm not sure how many counselors are trained, but I can get that information to you.
Can you get that information before the hearing is over?
I'll work on it.
Senator, it's also not enough in the St. Thomas St. John School District.
Who, Dr., kind of you're breaking up, Dr. Jurgen?
If someone was responding, we didn't hear your response.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Put your name on the record.
Dr. Jurgen, the superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John School District. I was just adding that it's also not enough in the St. Thomas St. John School District. However, what we have been doing is training our teachers, and also we've added another cohort to our recruits from the University of Turabo to train our teachers and become ESL endorsed.
And when you say you're training your teachers, who is conducting these trainings?
A lot of the training occurs from Dr. Arthurton, who's also here, and she can add some of the other things that we're doing to bring our teachers in compliance.
And are these trainings certified trainings?
Certified in the sense that they're endorsed and recognized by our local board.
I didn't understand your response.
Certified through our local board, yes.
I'm not sure. Did you understand his response, Madam Chair?
No, I didn't.
Can you just get a little closer and respond? We didn't hear you.
Sorry. Through the training that we provide to our teachers in this area, they are endorsed, ESL endorsed, from either the University of the Virgin Islands or the University of Turabo when they actually earn the degree, which empowers them with certification.
Thank you. And lastly, Madam Chair,
Senator, if I may, I wanted to provide the data that you requested about counselors.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We have 1 counselor in the St. Croix district that has received, that has been trained in an ESL specialist. They are open to attend a mainstream training, and our training in the St. Croix district has been done by Turabo and through WIDA. WIDA is our assessment cohort for ESL learners.
Time.
Can we get a commitment to have at least a counselor in each level so that we can ensure that the students get the proper guidance that they need, especially going to the question that I'm going to ask the Board of Education as to why their suggestion of an opt-out provision for this measure.
Well, your time has been called, Senator Gittins, but you may proceed on my time.
Thank you. If I may just get a response to
Chairman Callwood.
that.
We're just trying to ensure, Chairman Kaiser Callwood, we're just trying to make sure it's inclusive as possible to give parents that option. If they don't want to use that option, they don't have to, but we want to ensure that that we give them the option. So that's hence why we put it in there as a recommendation and suggestion, Senator.
But then your recommendation, I would believe, is going against the grain of what's required of us, our obligation as per the law. Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code 41A gives us our marching orders. We have an obligation. So I'm not understanding, hence why the suggestion of an opt-out.
Senator, if I may?
You may.
That's good.
Dr. Berry, would you like to add to possibly, provide more information for the senator? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, good morning, everyone. To be more specific with regards to your question, we want to make sure that we are not only leveling the playing field for our parents in terms of their rights, but also to ensure that there's no assumption that because you are from a Spanish-speaking parent that you do not understand English. And it's been brought to our attention that there may be instances where there may be an assumption that the student is an ESL student when in fact the student may be able to speak English and be placed in environment for for English speaking individuals instead of being streamlined to ESL. So we want to make sure that the parent has the option and the input as part of the process for providing a quality education to our students.
Thank you, Dr. Berry. And
Madam Chair,
hold tight. I just, because you're on my time now. You have your final question.
I just wanted to ask your indulgence, or if you can inquire as well of the board or the Department of Education, if through their assessments, wouldn't that determine the need of what we're doing here, rather than giving the parent the outright option to opt out? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Senator Gittens, and that is true the fact. I just want to also highlight that we're not only focused just on ESL students, but again, it's also should be a focus on overall language. What I'm saying is that we have to really chart a course forward where we are pushing for bilingualism in other languages, that English speakers also be and other speakers of other languages are proficient in other languages. So because I know that we're heavy focused on ESL, which is very important, but we also, there's a focus on English speakers to learn another language. And so assessments are key. I continue to ask for data and information. I continue to ask for plans, which I've yet to receive. Just through the hearings process, we're getting information, and at times when requests are made, coming to the committee. So that's certainly noted, Senator Gittens, and we will request that information as a post-hearing task. Next, Senator, and do my colleagues in St. Thomas do, if I'm out of order, folks will kind of move around the room. I believe that the next senator is Senator Potter. You may proceed for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, colleagues. Good morning to our testifiers also. I'm going to start with Dr. Charleswell. On a scale of 1 to 10, how effective is our territorial ESL program in your view?
On a scale from 1 to 10, I would say an 8. Because I've worked alongside this program.
80. What makes it, in your view, what makes it as successful a program as it is right now?
Currently and even previously, the program utilizes strategies, the teachers are taught strategies that they can use not only for students that has English as a second language, but also for students with learning disabilities. The strategies nearly mirror one another. I have a full background in special education, and I have also been trained in ESL. So we can utilize and swap out both strategies to use in the program. And I think the shortfall for me is that we don't have enough personnel to work with this population.
I know when we think about ESL, the average person, we think Spanish, because I think Spanish is a predominant second language here in the territory. How effective has the department been in addressing some of the other language, like Haitian Creole, which I know is on the rise? I heard you mention Arabic. How effective has the program been in addressing some of the other languages other than Spanish?
Dr. Arterton or Dr. Perez, can you please respond?
Good morning again. This is Dr. Migdalia Cruz Arthurton, District Coordinator for St. Thomas, St. John. The program is English as a second language. So that the students are coming speaking Haitian, we work with them to get them closer to the acquisition of the English language. We have different activities with the students and the parents. We provide the parents an understanding of what the program is going to do with them. And information that's given out goes out in the language that the students and the parents speak. So whatever information a school needs to put out, that information is going out in English, it's going out in Spanish, it's going out in Haitian Creole. So parents are informed across the board what's happening, what their responsibilities are, where they have to go all the time. But the program is geared, no matter what language a student speaks, to the acquisition of the English language. Mr. Perez?
Good morning, Jose Perez. Thanks for the District English Language Acquisition Program. With the ESL programs, teachers are prepared to provide instructional strategies to students with different languages. They don't necessarily need to speak each language. However, what is important is that they have been trained to provide that instructional support with specialized strategies that will enhance that instruction and provide the opportunity to students to learn the academic English. We do have a structure of how to identify English learners when they register into our district. They must fill out a form, and which gives the person who registers at the registration, the idea or give us the referral to us to test those students. In regards to the opt-out, the opt-out is something that we have in place already. It is required. Parents, when we meet with the parents, when we test the student and we determine that the students qualify for the program, we meet with the parents and we offer the services, and they must give us authorization to provide the services. If within any time of the instruction, the course of the instruction of that student, the parents deem needs or understand to opt out that student from the program, yes, the parent has that option, and we allow the parents to do that. Nonetheless, even though the student is opt out, we still monitor that student to make sure that the student's grade and academic achievement is accomplished. If the students have a regression in their grades, then we meet again with the parent and we offer the program again to the parent.
Time.
You mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, if I may just ask this final question. You mentioned earlier that the department has gone for more than a decade without a state director of bilingual education. That was very alarming to me. What is the main role and function of the state director of bilingual education? Anyone, Dr. Charles, or anyone on the panel who's most qualified to answer that question?
Dr. Camacho, can you please respond?
Yes. Good morning, Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education. So officially at the state office, My job is to make sure that we are in compliance, that we're following the federal laws and regulations. We're guiding, we're providing technical assistance, monitoring the programs that are done well, researching and looking for improvements and updating our technical manuals. So our job at the state office is everything that has to do with the federal laws.
So who has been doing that function for the last decade? Because that's a critical function. You're talking about compliance with federal laws and guidelines, planning, and the like. Who has been performing that function for the last decade? Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair, and they may respond in your time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And he asked a very important question, valid question. So as well, first, I want to, Acting Insular Superintendent Rasila Atley, Herman, can you please provide provide a list of the individuals who've joined you today? Because I also want to highlight that in terms of who's participating. Please send that as well. And I'll also need, as Senator Potter is requesting, the actual job description for the position. And I also, due to the committee, is an update listing of the leadership, listing for the leadership of the last update I received goes back to probably about July. So any persons new to the department, I will need also that listing as well. Move on to the next senator, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. You may proceed for your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Senator Potter had a point of inquiry because his question was not answered. So before my time starts running, his question needs to be answered in all fairness. If we don't have a discussion today, then let's have a discussion so we can flesh this legislation out. It just seems like there's just a lot of talk around the questions, and the questions are not being answered. Or if it's not clear, then say it's not clear. But he asked a question, I'm interested in finding out the answer. So I'm not going to move forward with my time until I get an answer to the question that from the previous senator asked. It's appropriate for him to his question to be answered.
Good morning, Senator. In response to Senator Potter's question, yes, the position was not filled for 10 years. However, the duties of this particular office and the responsibilities fell on the assistant commissioner and the superintendents responsible for overseeing the coordinators of this program.
So thank you very much, Dr. Charleswell. He essentially said that the responsibility fell on the superintendent as well as the deputy commissioner of education, I believe, in that during the interim period. Assistant commissioner. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I, of course, definitely support the ESL, ELL programs in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and it is important that our English language learners get the requisite education here in the Virgin Islands. But I know that we also have a ESL program in the territory, and I know that we are challenged with identifying the appropriate personnel. So I have a couple of questions. And some of it is straight out of the language and the legislation that was not really addressed in the testimony, and that is very concerning. So I'm going to start with the Board of Education. So under Section 6, under number 6 on page 3 of the bill, it says establish through the Board of Education minimum training requirements of basic knowledge and instruction of English learners for the general, the operative word here is general certification of teachers and school administrators. How does the board intend to get that done? Because it seems to me that that requires a whole new reading up of the certification process if all teachers are going to be required to be have some basic knowledge in instruction in ELL in the ELL track.
If I may.
You may respond. My time is running.
So right now we are in the process of making some adjustments and changes to our certification policy, and the bill comes at the right time while we are doing that to be inclusive of that. In terms of the certification of individuals, especially second
Mr. Coward, are you indicating that the Board of Education is in fact in the process of requiring all teachers, all general ed teachers within the territory to be certified with a basic knowledge in ELL instruction?
No, I did not say that. I did not say.
Have the bill in front of you, because that's the direct question that I asked.
So that's what I'm telling you. We have the option now to do that while we updating our certification policy. The bill is providing that, and once the bill has passed, then the board will have to do what they need to do necessary to ensure that we comply with the law.
So outside of complying with the law, the basic question I'm asking, is this a realistic approach to certification of our teachers? That's what I'm asking, of all teachers in the territory. That's what I'm asking you.
I will allow Dr. Berry to respond, Senator.
It is realistic, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director for the Board of Education. It is realistic if we use a phased approach, starting with the critical positions and then working towards whatever other collaborative efforts we may have with the department. But it has to be a phased approach. We have hundreds of educators that will be impacted, thousands of students that will be impacted. And we want to make sure that we have the correct phased approach to making this happen.
I'm really having a hard time with this discussion, and I'm going to be very frank about it, because phased approach and what is realistic, the issue here is our teachers are currently overburdened, right? So now we are having a conversation. Let me ask education. What's the population of, I think the question was answered already, but I missed the number. What's the population of English language learners in the territory? Average. Okay, my time is running.
State Director, Bilingual Education, Sally Camacho. We have on the island of St. Croix, we have 285 English learners. And in St. Thomas, St. John, we have 902 English learners.
Director, so that's 1,000. Could you give me an aggregate number? 285 in St. Croix and 902. So that's 1187, right? And what's the student population in the Virgin Islands in the public school system? No. What's the student population, guys? The reason why I'm asking this question is because the number, if we are going to ask all teachers to become certified to have a basic knowledge in English language, English language learners program for certification, when we have, what percentage of our teachers, Mr. Educator, Mr. Matt Major, of our teachers is this? How much? Could you all please give me the
11,000, Senator.
Pardon?
Approximately 11,000, Senator, in both districts combined.
10% of our students are, for the most part, about 10% of our students are English language learners, and we are asking all of our teachers to now be required to have some instruction, basic knowledge of instruction in English to support English language learners. We are burning our teachers out. I cannot support that particular section. we have to take some time and really look at this legislation. And the expectation is that when the Department of Education and the board comes before us to have these very critical and important conversations, that they really flesh out these issues. We have before us these 2-page testimony on matters that are so important. I am just having a really hard time with this conversation. Let me just ask, what is the goal right now? Define for me define the bilingual ed, and I'm asking this from the state perspective. I don't want the districts to give me this information. Define bilingual education and define ESL, the ESL program in the territory. Define both. I need to understand how this bill is different from what's happening in the Virgin Islands now, outside, other than the fact that we have teacher shortages.
Time.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education. So bilingual education consists of classroom instruction in English with a specialized teacher teaching both languages, in English and in Spanish. So this teacher has to know both languages in order to teach these students. English as a second language is an instructional approach that the teacher now has to be specialized in strategies on how to teach students who come from various backgrounds. That student can speak Haitian Creole, Spanish, Arabic, but the teacher does not need to know their language. She needs to know how to approach and what strategy she needs to use in order to reach that language acquisition. So there's 2 different programs. One teaches both languages, and it could be Spanish and English or Arabic and English, and the other one is just English. So we're focused on using total physical response, visual aids, repetition to teach language acquisition.
I get it. Thank you.
And your time has been, Senator, your time has been called if you want to conclude.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you indicated English and Spanish for the bilingual ed, but I guess that was an error. So tell me, please share with us, what is the difference between what's happening in the Department of Education today? What's different about that and this bill that's before us today? What is the difference? And I will hear the response on the chair's time, since I'm reminded that my time has been called.
Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education. The way I'm looking at the bill is allowing us to have both programs. In the beginning, we said that the mode of instruction of bilingual education is difficult for us to follow through because we need that specialized personnel to teach both languages. And as I said before, it could be any 2 languages. One is English and the other one can be any other language. The bill now is allowing us, is giving us an opportunity to do English as a second language because it's more feasible. It's easier to provide the personnel to instruct all of our English learners.
Thank you, and we'll now move on to Senator Carla Joseph. You may proceed with your question. Before you proceed, Senator, sorry, carry on. Point of inquiry.
Senator Fred Gregory, or carry on?
Oh, you have a, okay, sorry.
I have a point of inquiry, Senator.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay, Senator Fred Gregory, your point of inquiry, and then Senator carry on after.
I know if that we are having like some confusion, or there are things that are very different in education at this time, but these responses are very confusing. Did I hear you? Could you please give me your name again, the State Director? I'm sorry.
Dr. Sally Camacho.
Camacho. Did I hear you say that this bill will allow the Department of Education to have both programs? Don't we have these programs in the department?
The way it was before, it was only towards bilingual education. Now the bill added English as a second language, English language development.
Ask a question. So what are we doing with the ELL dollars that are coming into the territory from the federal government? How are we utilizing those dollars? Because I am having a really hard time with this conversation. So I think Dr. Camacho is basically new. So the state, the curriculum and instruction assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner or the superintendents from the respective districts, I would like to hear from them because I'm very honest with this. I am having a difficult time with the responses, because it sounds as if we are not providing ESL programs in the territory, and that I hope that is not an accurate statement. So I would like to hear exactly what's happening in the department now as it relates to bilingual ed and ESL in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon, Senator. Acting Institute Superintendent Ursula Atley Herman here for the St. Croix District. Our consolidated grant dollars are used under Title III to fund our ESL program, which Coordinator Perez oversees. Some of the basic things that we use them for is, for example, our Elevation platform, which helps to generate our individualized student plans. They're also testing for both our mainstream and our ESL specialists. We also are starting a new cohort for Turabo with the Master's program. Mr. Perez can elaborate on some of the additional uses of the Title III funds.
Good afternoon, Jose Perez, coordinator for the ESL programs in Croix District. With the title fund, we have acquired printers, paper, ink. We have acquired books, instructional books that are geared for ESL teachers and for the ESL instruction. We also have purchased desktop computers, and we have contracted also specialized training, provide specialized training to continuous education for ESL teachers. So those are some of the items that we have utilized Title III funds for ESL in the St. Croix District.
Senator, if I may, in the St. Thomas St. John District, because we have a ESL program and not a bilingual program, what we do is we teach the strategies, BSOL and ESOL, regularly. We also offer, we've used 2 cohorts so far to provide teachers that are interested with a degree in this area. And we've had 2 cohorts thus far, and I'll allow Dr. Atherton to also explain some of the other things in addition to the WIDA testing that we do through the Consolidated Grant Award in the districts.
Ms. Hofer, before she proceeds, what would be helpful to the committee and to the senators will be all of what y'all are expressing verbally, what you've presented today via hearing, because we know a lot of information that's been asked. We've also asked before, because if we're asking for plans and the use of funds, so please do provide, as you put together your list of information that needs to come to the legislature, the information as you've put it in a policy document to this committee. Dr. Jurgen, you were referencing another colleague, Ms. Arthurton?
Yes, Dr. Arthurton.
Yeah. Dr. Arthurton?
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Good morning again. This is Dr. Migdalia Cruz Arthurton, St. Thomas, St. John English Language Acquisition Coordinator. We also, just like St. Croix, we added Elevation to St. Thomas, and we use it to create our individualized learning plan for our students. We do on St. Thomas the BSOL training, which is a 60-hour training that gives basic knowledge of what's first language, what's a second language, how do I teach language, the language of English to the students at the same time I'm teaching the content. How do I assess the students? We also have the TESL program through the university, and we have done 2 cohorts of 10 teachers who have the students in the classroom but didn't have the strategies. They have taken the 6 courses offered at UVI with the support of the CGA, and they are working with the students in their classrooms. They're better equipped to work with the students and have a better understanding how to prepare their lessons. And as Mr. Perez explained before, we are going into a 3rd cohort with Ana Jimenez, which is the Turabo University, for a master's program, because over the years, when everybody hits the 30 years, they retire. So we are looking at doing another cohort to add more certified teachers, knowledgeable and qualified teachers in the classroom, because our numbers are going up. Okay.
And if I may, Senator Victor Som, the 3rd Assistant Commissioner, we also, at the state level, receive monies through the CGA, the Consolidated Grant Application, for assessment of our bilingual ESL students. And we use the Access 2.0 to do that annual state assessment of our bilingual and ESL students. Those are the only monies, only federal dollars that rise to the state for bilingual and ESL is for assessment.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Soames. And again, that information coming to the committee would be quite helpful as we proceed structurally with this information. Senator Joseph, my apologies, Senator Carrion, your point of inquiry.
Is more of a point of information, but thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate, and I'm enjoying the discussion this afternoon now. Just to provide some clarity to my colleague with regards to some of the questions that she presented, what we are actually doing is recodifying some of the things that the department is doing. If you have the opportunity to take a look at the original law, it was very limited, as I stated in my opening talking points. It hasn't been revised in over 50 years, approximately. So it was antiquated and not really relative to standard practices of this time nationally. So what we did was enhance what we had and expand the definition and include other programs. In the original law, we only had bilingual education, and we did not have in the law English as a second language, English ESL as we know it, which is practiced locally. So what we did was ensure that we included that within the law. Also, I would like to address the issue that what we're trying to focus here is about equity. We need to ensure that English learner students receive the same type of education as any regular student and are not shortfall when it comes to academic instructions. With regards to the point that was presented with regards to the bill that speaks about in section 1 on page 3, number 6, that establishes through the Board of Education a minimum training requirements of basic knowledge in the instruction of English learners for the general certification of teachers and school administrator. We're not saying that the school teachers are going to be, certified as ESL instructors. What we are saying is that it's important for teachers and administrators to have a basic knowledge in the instruction of English learners. And what we are asking the Board of Education is to establish a minimum training requirement. So what we're talking about is professional development training. And I don't think that professional development training is burdening our teachers. It speaks about professional growth. And I just wanted to make that clear that it's important that all our teachers and support staff, paraprofessionals, administrators understand the needs and are sensitive to the culture and also the needs of English learners in our community. That way they can be addressed. And that's why we thought it's important to have that professional development included within the bill so that everyone within the Department of Education, especially administrators and teachers, can understand the needs, can be able to identify it, and can be able to provide some sort of support. So we're not requesting to be certified as ESL teachers or instructors. What we're asking is to have a basic knowledge and have a minimum training in that area. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. You hit home run with that statement of equality and the way we need to move and our role in taking archaic legislation and moving us forward in this current period. We'll move now to Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to you and all of my colleagues, as well as the testifiers here and the people of the Virgin Islands. I really want to thank you so much for this opportunity and to bring forth this legislation. I would like to commend my colleagues, Senator Carrion and Senator Whitaker, for working with the Department of Education, because we do know that there is a major need for our English learning students to be educated here so that they can be productive citizens of the Virgin Islands and to our nation. Now, my question is going to be more about quantitative. I know, Dr. Charleswell, you indicated that you would rate the current program with as a B, but I need to get some data before I agree with you with that rating. So, and how I'm going to look at the data is if you can provide us with the number of students who have been in the ESL program who have actually graduated from high school. Do we have any numbers with that? I believe the district superintendents, you should be able to provide us with that number. I'm just looking for the past 2 years, I'm not going back way to 5 years, just for the past 2 years, how many students who were in the English as a second language program who have actually graduated from high school. And then I need to also get the number of students who have been in the English as a second language program that is currently in place, because this is how we're going to determine the success, who are being retained because they're not learning. They're not learning. So I need to get those type of data. I was hoping to see more data-driven testimony, to tell you the truth, because that is how we are able to gauge a success and where the needs are. Everything is data-driven with us, and it always correlates to the money. The money that you get from this consolidated grant from the federal government, that's how we see the outcomes. So I'm ready to receive the number when you are ready to give it. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator, and we'll get that information to you shortly.
Now, while you get those two type of information for me, kindly indicate what is the retention and promotion. Well, that goes with it, the retention and promotion. What's currently is the department offering as far as services for our ESL learners relative to assessment and evaluation, because it is here in the bill, relative to assessment, evaluation, and providing, and this is Dr. Charleswell up in your neighborhood, providing special education services to our ELL students.
Good day, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So as it pertains to ASL students with disabilities, they follow an individualized education plan that's outlined and specific to their needs. Those services can be anywhere from speech therapy, occupational, whatever their needs are, they're provided under the individualized education plan.
And those services, is there any gaps? Is there any gaps, Dr. Charleswell, in the provision and providing these critical services to individuals who are special needs or special education services who are ELL students?
No, there are no gaps. They receive the same support as a student that is not ESL.
Now, I also wanted to ask regarding the instructional integrity of the ELL students. How is it currently being done? The instruction, are they segregated from the other student bodies to receive instructions, either in the ESL? How is it being done? How is it being implemented?
Senator, in the St. Thomas St. John district, I can allow Dr. Atherton to explain further, but in some cases, the classes are clustered because we are trying to maximize the services of one teacher. So we may have an ESL 4th and 5th grade. And Dr. Atherton can explain further.
Good morning, Senator Joseph. Right now, we have restructured our programs. We are doing English language development pullout. Only one class in one school is pushing with co-teaching, and junior high and high school is content-based English as a second language classes. Okay.
Dahlia, Atherton, I couldn't hear anything on my end to my questions. I am so sorry. Madam Chair, I couldn't hear Dr. Stephen Jurgen's comments. We didn't hear anything in the chambers in the St. Thomas district, nor did we hear Dr. Migdalia Cruz Atherton, her responses. So if we could start from Dr. Jurgen, your responses, that would be wonderful. And then we can go to Dr. Cruz Atherton. And Madam Chair, I just hope that you are being very lenient because we could not hear. We were having technical difficulties over on the small island, St. Thomas.
It's fine, go ahead. Proceed. Dr. Jurgen?
Dr. Jurgen? Can you hear me now?
We can, that's affirmative.
Okay, good. So I was explaining that we actually have a continuum of services, and because we try to pool our resources together to accommodate all of the students in need, we have a variety of programs occurring. And so in some cases, we cluster grade levels together to be able to provide the service. And Dr. Atherton can explain some of the pullout and the other programs that we have in the district also.
Okay. Senator, can you hear me?
The committee's gonna stand in recess for just briefly, technical difficulties.
Okay.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands for a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back out of recess. We'll now proceed with the sponsor of the legislation. Senator Carrion.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry.
Yes. Senator Joseph, point of inquiry.
Senator Joseph, point of inquiry.
Yes. I recall before we recessed that I had indicated that I did not hear Dr. Arthurton's response to my inquiry, and I am still awaiting the data that I requested.
So, Senator Joseph, through the chair, you can request the data information as we do collect and do requests through the chair. I will note that and have Dr. Arthurton, would you proceed with answering Senator Joseph's question, as she indicated that they didn't hear the answer, your response when you responded originally.
Madam Chair, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Good morning. This is Dr. Migdalia Cruz Arthurton, District Coordinator for English Language Acquisition in St. Thomas. Could you repeat, Senator, your question, just to make sure I'm on the right track?
Hold on, we can't hear. Senator Joseph? Dr. Arthurton, can you hear Senator Joseph?
No, I'm not hearing
that's
her.
what Senator Joseph, can you, media, if you wanted to.
Dr. Arthurton,
we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Now we can hear. I can hear you now.
I can hear you now. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. I'm very grateful that we are taking some patience, learning a lot of patience with this level of technology. Nonetheless, I will repeat the question. I was asking the services currently in place in the Department of Education to assess and evaluate and provide special education services to students who are in the ELL program or the ESL program.
Okay. First of all, we use when students come in and enter the district, the WIDA screener, which assesses the student. We also have a form called the Home Language Survey that tells us what languages are being spoken at home. But our WIDA screener tells us where the student's proficiency is. Once that is done, depending on the school that they go to, the model may be an English language development pull-out class, where the students are pulled out for 45 minutes each day, and they receive instruction in English as a second language. Some of our schools also have an English language development pull-out, so that will also provide instruction in content area classrooms. That's like co-teaching. So the regular classroom teacher is there, that ESL teacher is working with that teacher to provide instruction in the content areas. At the junior high and at the high school, we have content-based English as a second language, where the model is that teacher uses the instructional materials, the learning tactics and techniques of the academic content, because they're learning the content. And so the strategies are embedded in the instruction provided to the students. Okay?
Okay. And let me just wrap up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator, if you will, please. Because we're going over time now.
Yes, I just wanted to inquire if there is any existing, I know you're doing pull-outs, in any of the districts, are we having only ESL learners in a classroom 5 days a week throughout the whole school day, because that's the main concern here, that they are, at least for me, that they are integrated into the overall school structure. Acting Superintendent Atley Herman, maybe you can answer that question.
Good afternoon, Senator. Acting Superintendent Atley Herman. No, that is not a practice. That is not the best practice for language immersion. Students are pulled out for their individualized services, but they are pushed in. They are constantly engaged in a fully inclusive classroom setting.
It's the same thing that occurs in the St. Thomas district based on your testimony, Dr. Jurgen, correct?
Not necessarily 100% across the board, but we have made an assessment of our ESL program, and we are making some adjustments for this upcoming school year so that more students are mainstreamed and receive the services on a whole as does the rest of the population.
May I add, this is Dr. Arthurson. Again, only at the moment, only one school, one classroom is still self-contained because we could not move the students into the mainstream, but they do have contact with the mainstream. That will change at the end of the school year. And that will also be an ELD fallout.
Dr. Arthurton, what caused that one school? And you're only speaking for the St. Thomas, St. John district, or are you speaking for the territory as a whole?
St. Thomas. Mm-hmm. That happened because our mainstream classrooms are to capacity. At the grade level, we are talking, and so we could not place the students with the teacher that has received the professional development to have those students in the classes.
Thank you
we
very
have
much.
to wait till the end of the school year to then put the students in the classes as they come in.
Thank you, Dr. Arthur. And what we'll do, we'll wrap that into obviously that's another request coming from the department. We'll now move to Senator Carrion for your 5 minutes of questioning. Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time. Yeah, I do have a few questions I would like to ask. With regards to testimony presented by Dr. Charleswell, is your testimony that the state, the department currently uses technology to translate the communication from English to the intended language? What equipment do you use for that? What agency? How are you doing that?
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell, State Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. Senator, we currently use a Google program that works pretty well for us. And once we're able to translate that information, we have our language acquisition coordinators look at the document for sufficiency before we disseminate it to parents and the public.
Okay, very well. What about interpretation now? How are you ensuring that parents that don't understand English or have English learners, children, are understanding for parent conference meetings, parents orientation meetings, issues within the schools? How is that being addressed?
Senator, in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we do have some translators that we pay on per diem, and we are able to call them to provide translation services when there are meetings in schools, and our schools are aware of this practice.
On St. Croix District?
Greetings, Senator. In the St. Croix District, we have our ESL teachers who translate, as well as the school sites. Principals have identified employees who they used as translators who assist when translations are necessary.
So you have someone within the school that speaks Arabic and Creole.
In the St. Croix district, if an individual is needed for parental conference meeting and the language, there's not an individual who is there, they usually contact the district through Mr. Perez, who assists with providing a translator or getting someone to translate. Many times with families, we ensure that there is someone that is there. And so Arabic, I'm not sure how many students we have. Our two highest languages are number one, Spanish. And then I believe afterwards we have Tagalog as our second. So there is, for the two, the language that we do have translators that are on each site.
Has the department consider connecting and hiring the services of an agency where you can dial in and be able to get an interpreter to be able to translate or interpret these hearings or proceedings or conversations with parents? Dr. Charleswell?
Dr. Charles Wells, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. Yes, it has been an ongoing conversation because not just for ESL students, but we also have students outside of this particular program and parents and families that require translation. So it is a program or a system that the department has to acquire so that we can be efficient in providing this information to parents. So yes.
So you guys are in the process of acquiring that system?
Yes, conversations have already started, and we are looking at actually some agencies or some systems that can provide this service for us.
Good. I'm looking forward to hearing what agency and that you guys have acquired that system. Now, how much do we receive from federal fundings, particularly for these programs? How much money?
Greetings, Senator. In the St. Croix district, once the English language acquisition program is drafted by the coordinator, the funding is appropriated. Year over year, that program has been within $200,000 to $300,000 of federal funds.
Territorially, or that's per district?
That's for the St. Croix district.
Senator, in the St. Thomas, St. John district, Ms. Powell will give you the exact numbers.
Good day, Bishop Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John district. So that number for this last fiscal year was $290.26. And we also have other funding that we have, other programs such as our Well-Rounded program. Our students have access to the same after-school programs, et cetera. And we also have additional funding in our ARP funds for these students as well.
I'm sure you're referring to thousands, right?
At least over $200,000 in ARP funds is dedicated to provide additional support to those students, correct?
Okay. So how many schools and in which schools are you currently offering the program per district?
In the St. Croix district, Senator, we have 6 ESL schools. Alfredo Andrews Pre-K 6, Claudio Marco Pre-K 6, Eulalie Rivera K8, Pearl Larson Pre-K 8, John H. Woodson Junior High School, and St. Croix Central High School.
St. Thomas?
Dr. Atherton?
On St. Thomas, Senator, we have Jane E. Tewitt, pre-K to 4th grade. Joseph Gomez, elementary, kindergarten to 5th grade. We also have Ivan E. Milanobowski, pre-K to 5th grade. Julius E. Sprouse St. John, that is pre-K to 8th grade. Lockhart Elementary, that is pre-K to third grade. Adelita Cancrine Intermediate Junior High School, and that's our 4th to 8th grade. Middle school, Baltasibo Schulte Middle School, that's 6th to 8th grade. And we have Charlotte Amalie High School, 9 to 12.
Thank you. And last question, if I may, Madam
Sure.
Chair.
May I proceed?
I heard it, not through the testimony, through the questions that my colleagues asked, the amount of teachers that have been currently trained or that you have within the ESL program. Now, my question is, are all the teachers that have been trained through the program actually in the program?
Presently in the St. Croix district, no, Senator.
How many teachers that have been trained through the program are not in the program? And why?
So I can explain the why, and then I'll have Coordinator Perez give the numbers. One of the things that I explained is this: teachers who are in the program, they also have other content specialists. For example, they may be an elementary education teacher or a secondary English teacher. For lack of a better saying, it would be robbing Peter to pay Paul. So what we're doing is working through human resources to recruit teachers so that we can have an English teacher to provide instruction and then move that individual into an ESL specialist position. Mr. Perez.
Good afternoon, Jose Perez, ESL Coordinator for St. Croix District. Currently, we have 5 teachers who are working in other content areas who are not providing direct support to English learners.
So when we talk about a shortage of ESL teachers, then that information is incorrect, because we have teachers that are certified, that are trained through Title III, through the program, specifically for ESL students, but we don't have them with the ESL students. So that's something that we definitely have to address, and hence why the reason also we need to codify and ensure that within our law, we have the language necessary to ensure that this division is properly funded, that guidelines are properly placed, so that all our students can receive equity in their education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion.
Within the St. Thomas St. John district.
Sure, Dr. Jurgen.
So what I want to mention is that for the most part, if we have someone that has earned a degree through the University of Tibabo, those individuals are teaching in the program. What we offer pretty regularly is the BSOL training and the ESOL training, and that's where they provide strategies for students to be able to work through while they're learning the language. Now, when you look at the total of all of our teachers, you're talking about special areas such as phys ed, art, and all of those areas also. And certainly they do sometimes get the training, but it's a lot more expansive when you look at our numbers. And so that's why we offer the training on a regular basis.
Thank you, Dr. Jurgen. Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Soames, are you on? Are you back on?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Good afternoon to you. I would like to drill down on the professional development on two sides. For the Department of Education's for their FY 2023 funding, how much funding has been allocated in total for professional development? And do you have the dollar figure for how much on the local side has been used for ESL? And then I know there were some numbers provided for the fact that, of course, it's also federally funded. Can you provide those figures? And also just information about professional development. Are we speaking about just attending conferences, or is it specific, be a little more specific as to what professional development programs do the teachers go through for this program?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Again, this is Victor Som, the third Assistant Commissioner. I would have to defer to the State Director Dr. Camacho for that, but I will tell you that professional development is not only for attending conferences, but also as to what both superintendents had spoken about, participation in programs at UVI that lead to endorsement, participation with the Universidad de Turabo, that also could be considered as professional development leading towards endorsement or certification. So Director Camacho, if you could speak to additional professional development, and we will have to provide you with the specific cost for professional development that is funded through the consolidated grant. We'll have that for you before the end of the day, Senator. Director Camacho.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Sally Camacho, State Director of Bilingual Education. We have a series of 4 webinars that, with the help of the Regional Educational Laboratory of Northeastern Isles, helped us create, that provides general ed teachers the opportunity to get trained in 4 different areas to work with our ELL population. This is an ongoing training. We will be offering it over and over again. It is on our Go Open USVI platform. So we have trainings in place at the state level to continue our efforts in training our general ed teacher population in order to work with our L students. The other trainings that have been provided have been for assessment with WIDA, and at the district level, Jose Perez and Dr. Arthurton can share what they've provided at that level. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you share that information, I also want to learn about how you have measured the success. How have you assessed, how have you measured the effectiveness of those programs? And is that included as part of the annual assessment when teachers are evaluated?
Good afternoon, Jose Perez in the St. Croix ESA coordinator for the St. Croix district. In addition, I provide some professional development to the schools as well in best instructional practices for teachers. In addition to that, the WIDA Consortium provides professional development to our schools, our teachers. We also, through Elevation, we have, through our contract with Elevation, we also have 2 sessions for professional development for the entire district. So we do provide opportunities of professional development. Also in the St. Croix district, I work with my other coordinators, colleagues, to have embedded also ESS strategies in their professional development when they provide their own professional development as well.
Thank you very much for your answers. And to Assistant Commissioner Soames, coordination also with the Acting Insular Superintendent Otley Herman, as well as Superintendent, Insular Superintendent Dr. Jurgen, as a follow-up to that, again, with the annual assessment of the teachers, is the professional development incorporated into the annual assessments of the teachers? Is that something that you would have documents with the HR division with respect to professional development on the evaluation side and effectiveness?
Are you talking about teacher evaluation? Is that what you're speaking to?
Yes, this professional development, as it is. In other words, you have required courses, and you have others that are just offered, and they can take it if they choose to. You have mandates, and you have things that are not mandated.
Professional development and attending to conferences and so forth is a certification requirement, and certainly something that we take into consideration when we look at the annual teacher evaluation as well. Mm-hmm.
And is it and funding is adequate for funding that they will need to maintain their certifications? Or do we have any challenges with supporting them in that way?
Senator, there's always the need for additional funding. So we are using various methods in the districts that receive that are part of the consolidated grant. Both districts have a professional development arm that is funded under that CGA that provides for exactly the type of things that you're referring to.
Thank you. And my final questions are going to be around public information campaign.
Senator?
Sure.
I
Dr.
hate
Jurgen?
to interrupt, but Dr. Atherton did not get a chance to speak.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you for making that notice. Dr. Atherton? Add your point as well.
Good afternoon, Senator. In the St. Thomas district, basically, we do the same thing that Mr. Perez talked about. The WIDA Consortium provides training, and our teachers participate in that training. Elevation provides professional development as well. But in addition to that, every year I offer the BSOL 60-hour training to those content area teachers that need to get strategies. And so we do that every year. So if there are new teachers coming in, we provide training through the BSOL. But schools on a regular basis let me know when they have teachers that need training, and I work with the school to provide the training to those teachers as well at the specific school that has asked me. So we are constantly working, not just with the ESL teacher, but our content teachers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Excellent. And so in terms of public information and outreach to the parents of children who are learning English as a second language, what outreach effort has on the Department of Education side through Assistant Commissioner Soames in answering, and on the Board of Education side, Chairman Callwood, what individual and collaborative efforts are you all trying to make or will plan to make as we move forward with this effort?
Chairman Kaiser A. Callwood, for the board part, we continue to make strides in terms of communication and building a strong relationship with the department. And we have been working with HR to ensure that any particular in terms of certification of teachers on receiving professional development certificates for recertification, we continue to work collaboratively with them.
Thank you, Chairman. Assistant Commissioner Stone, on the Department of Education's end of outreach and engagement of the parents and guardians of children of learning English as a second language.
Thank you again, Senator Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. Dr. Camacho has an ambitious plan to hire individuals to connect, to communicate, to provide outreach. We're trying to identify funding for those positions, one per district, so that we will always have a parent contact person that can offer translation, that can provide education on the bilingual ESL programs in the department. So that's something that is a work in progress, ma'am.
Thank you. And I will just highlight how this also interweaves into even what's happening today. The second bill on the agenda is related to school accountability. School accountability assessments, while many believe it's just about the buildings, the school buildings, it's also about what we're talking about in this block. And that one thing that we have to do to empower our people, empower each other, is going to be that not only are we reaching out to them, but we're also through a process where we get some of those parents part of this process. Let them be part of the process along with their children. And that's what we're going to move, how we move forward. So that is what we also need, the outreach to them. They also have input that they would like to give as parents, and we should also hear directly from them as well. So thank you very much for your testimony. We will now proceed. Do I hear a motion? Okay. Motion, Senator Gittens.
Amendment, as a matter of fact.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam.
Madam Chair, excuse me, I had a point of inquiry. I've been trying to get your attention.
Hold on. Senator Gittens, hold for 1 second. Senator Joseph, you can proceed with your point of inquiry.
Yes, I did have a point of inquiry, and it's directed primarily to the Board of Education. Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me.
motion. Nothing else trumps the motion.
What she indicated that she was trying to get my attention when I didn't see her head.
We're in the middle of a motion.
Would you mind?
I withdraw the motion at this time.
Thank you, Senator Gittin. Senator Joseph, you may proceed with your point of inquiry.
Kindly. Madam Chair, thank you so much. I wanted to ask the Board of Education specifically, because you mentioned in your testimony that the bill's requirement that all persons seeking certification as teachers and school administrators have the basic knowledge in the instruction of English learners need to be funded. So do you think that this measure can be realistically implemented? I know others have asked a question. Don't skate around it. Just answer us clearly.
Well, as provided by True Executive Director, in terms of a phase-in approach, we do believe that it can be realistically accomplished. However, we can't just drop it on the teachers just like that. We have to go on a basic approach, and we could start in terms of the professional development. In terms of the number of hours, 125 hours they're required to submit, we can maybe include in there in terms of a significant of those hours will have to be in terms of providing instruction to students that has a second English,
what would be the funding level that would be required to actually have this phased-in approach? What would be that funding level that would be required?
The board and the department to come up with that in conjunction with the Senate.
Madam Chair.
Point of information, Senator Carrion. Media?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. Just want to clarify that Title III also provides funding, and that could be used to be able to provide the training necessary for professional development for teachers and support staff and administrators. So just wanted to make that, bring that to the floor. Also, when we're talking about basic training, it could be 3 credits or professional development, and this is doable. Most states require 18 credits or more than 3. So we're not establishing what the minimum basic is. That's for the department, the Board of Education to establish that. But we stand in the position that we believe is important for teachers and administrators to have a basic knowledge of English learner students and be sensitive to their culture and their needs. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. And before we proceed with voting, I just want to indicate that in the American Rescue Plan, which we should hear about, of course, later for school reopening, they have indicated through the plan. So there's this federal funds, local funds, and we definitely will work together with between the both bodies and the legislature. Do I hear a motion? An amendment. You may proceed, Senator Gittins.
Thank you. Are we sure to proceed this time, ma'am?
We sure are.
Thank you. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move to offer amendment number 34-446 on behalf of the bill sponsor, Senator Samuel Carrion, an amendment to bill number 34-0154. Bill number 34-0154, section 1 is amended. 1 in subsection A, paragraph 1 on page 2, line 3, by inserting enrolled after students, and on line 4 by inserting and in educational courses after 12th. And 2 in subsection B, paragraph 4 on page 3, line 5, by inserting their legal rights after about and on line 17 in paragraph 8 by striking learning. I so move.
I hear a second.
Do we hear a second on St. Thomas?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Roll call on the amendment. Any objections? Hearing none. So ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34, that's 0154, as amended, and an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education, to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the public schools, be voted upon favorably here in the Committee on Education and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action. I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Can I get a second on St. Thomas?
Last president was
Second.
Seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Roll call on Bill number 34-0154, as amended.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Whatever. Yeah.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Senator Potter?
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Janelle K. Sarro, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale, absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Madam Chair, we have 2 yeas, 2 absent. 5 yeas, 2 absent, I'm sorry.
Motion passed. Bill number 34-0154. As amended. An act amending Title 17 VI Code. Okay. Section Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education, to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual English language development program in the public schools, has been voted on favorably by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege.
Senator Gittens, point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, Senator, sorry.
I think it's important that I put my position on the record. This bill that's before us today is a significant piece of legislation that does require some additional work. And Madam Chair, I really believe that what's important for us is if we express concerns around in the discussion, then we allow the testifiers to give their closing remarks and allow them to leave, and then we take a recess and we decide as a committee how we wish to move forward. I voted yes to move the measure forward because it's a good measure. However, discussion is required. So I hope that we don't continue to go down this road in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted, Senator Fred Gregory, and appreciate that. And we also know through the committee process, we engage in meeting with our testifiers. Senator Gittins, point of personal privilege, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too wanted to commend the bill sponsor and the movement and the collaboration between his office and the Board of Education and the Department of Education. But I must say that earlier I neglected to thank all our school counselors, and I'm hoping that we will hear the same in the closing remarks. But thank our school counselors for helping our students succeed, as this week, I believe it's May 7th through the 11th, that we are now celebrating National School Counseling Week. So again, I just wanted to thank our school counselors for all they do and to encourage the Department of Education to hire more counselors and to do all you can do for these professionals within your establishment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Carrion, point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I often speak about the need of Virgin Islanders to be part of the global and digital economy, and this, of course, starts with education, as we're able to offer our children of this territory equitable education. Just as we need new and improved school campuses, and we also need the new and improved policies when it comes to education. So our territory's English learning program also provides us with opportunities for all of our students to practice and develop their language skills. So I want to thank my colleagues for their support. I do recognize that there are some amendments that would be coming forward before we go to Rules Committee, but it's a very important piece of legislation that we have had before us today, so I want to thank them for their comments and also testifiers for their support and for their collaboration in working with this proposed legislation. So thanks to the testifiers and also my colleagues for their support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Assistant Commissioner Stones, would you close out? And then I'll have Chairman Caldwell close out on behalf of you, on behalf of the Department of Education, and Chairman Caldwell on behalf of the Board of Education.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. This is on behalf of the Department of Education. We want to first thank Senator Carrion for willing to work with us, to meet with us and discuss and vet this piece of legislation. This is a significant piece of legislation. Bilingual education, ESL, is extremely important to the Department of Education, especially as we look to a changing and diversifying Virgin Islands. We see an influx of our brothers and sisters from the Western Caribbean coming to the Virgin Islands and making this their home and starting families. And so it's important that we are able to provide. It's important that we are able to understand. It's important that we're able to educate all of our students. And this legislation allows us to do exactly that. So again, thank you, Senator Carrion, for bringing forward this legislation to improve bilingual education and ESL in the territory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Stones. Thank you. Chairman Caldwell, you may proceed with your closing statement.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. We appreciate the feedback of all senators and we'll include them in our process for improving our policies. We want to emphasize our commitment to working with the Department of Education to ensure compliance without making it burdensome for teachers. We have done this for our early childhood education certification policy, and we'll follow a similar process to our professional development requirements or some other means as determined by the board. In conclusion, we just want to continue to support providing quality instruction for all students, including our English learners. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman Callwood, and I want to thank all the testifiers for your testimony today, and we move forward. And yes, look out for, as we work together, have meetings in between for amendments, and do our best to have it's an excellent piece of legislation. So thank you. Take care. And we'll now, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development will stand.
Point of personal.
Okay, Senator Gittens, point of personal.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry.
Madam Chair, I know we don't always remember these things, but the fact that I just reminded them about the National Counselors Week, I mean, not even from their bosses do they get a thank you from the board or the Department of Education. I mean, this speaks volumes.
Okay. Well, the Committee on Education, and duly noted, the Committee on Education, and we, thank you, Senator Gittens, and I do agree, it's about appreciating people who support us and the people for their staff, so thank you, and we'll now have about a 15-minute recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands for a 15-minute recess.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on record. Before the recess, we just heard Bill number 34, that's 0154, an act amending Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code as it relates to bilingual education to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the Bilingual and English Language Development Program, which was offered by Senator Samuel Carrion and was voted upon favorably as amended and forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee. As we proceed now, I want to ask Madam Clerk for you to read the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Bill number 34-0189, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, relating to school management accountability, sponsored by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers, Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Kaiser Carwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education; Rosa Soto Thomas, President, St. Croix Federation of Teachers, AFT Local 1826; Dr. Michelle T. Francois, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education; Leontine Jones, President, St. Thomas St. John Federation of Teachers, AFT Local 1825; and Margarita Benjamin, President, U.S. Virgin Islands Congress of Parents, Teachers, and Students Associations, Inc.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before I ask who speaks to this measure, Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence from anyone as it pertains to Bill number 34, that's 0189?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed by stating from whom and proceed to read the correspondence.
Correspondence from Margarita Benjamin, U.S. Virgin Islands PTSA, Every Child, One Voice. Good day to the Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, the Honorable Janelle Sarro, Vice Chairwoman, Honorable Committee members, and other senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, viewers and listeners. I thank you, Senator Whitaker, on behalf of the United States Virgin Islands Congress of Parents, Teachers, and Students Association, Inc., USVI, PTSA, Board of Directors, for inviting us to testify at today's hearing on Bill number 34-0189, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, relating to school management accountability. I am Margarita Benjamin, President of the USVI PTSA. Unfortunately, due to pre-scheduled meetings or work conflicts, a representative of the USVI PTSA is unable to appear in person at today's hearing, but we will have provided written testimony to be placed on the record. We appreciate all efforts to improve the delivery of educational services to our Virgin Islands students. So we thank you for addressing the issue of school management and accountability through the introduction of Bill number 34-0189, a bill which seeks to include stakeholders that are to contribute to the educational system and the structure that is conducive to learning. We know scientifically that it is the structure of the thing that determines its function, and notes the dysfunction of some of the existing statutes require that we revisit its structure, from curriculum and instruction to professional development to facilities and equipment to calendars and scheduling to meal programs, student discipline, and the like. A sincere look at the magnitude of the problem justifies and dictates involvement that is structurally wider than what is prescribed by the current language in Chapter 17, Section 24 of the Virgin Islands Code. However, our interest today, where the committee and the legislative body is concerned, is that our interests provide is that our intents provided by these amendments are codified in such a manner that provides for efficiency and progress. Specifically, as it relates to our proposed amendments offered in Bill number 34-0189, which we do support. We do share some concerns and would like to offer the following recommendations, which we believe would improve on clarifying stakeholders' engagement and reporting deadlines. Regarding the amendment to 17 VIC Chapter 3, subsection 24A, 2A, USVI PTSA applauds the inclusion of the Board of Career and Technical Education, noting that this institution is tasked with administration of the career and technical programs in the Virgin Islands and promoting, maintaining, and aiding in the establishment of schools, departments, or classes for career.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I just realized that you're actually reading into a testimony. I wanted to know if there was any correspondence of absences or anything like that, but we're not quite ready for the testimony until we have the bill properly introduced.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So was that the only correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. My apologies for that. Who speaks to this measure? Madam Secretary, Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for the introduction of the bill 34-0189.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I would like to introduce Bill number 34-0189, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, relating to school management accountability. And in introducing this legislation, I want to indicate that it has been a journey. It's the effort to bring this measure has involved many of the stakeholders invited as testifiers and others as part of the process. As one of the things that we have to make here in the Virgin Islands is a shift in the way that our schools are managed, the buildings themselves, the curriculum, and also a way forward for there to be transparency with regards to the management of our schools. At this time, I will cue to the media. I want to show you and to the public a video. So the United Nations Educational, it's one of the entities responsible, it's known as the UNESCO. The Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization has put together, and as this video demonstrates, under their Global Education Monitoring Project. This video really highlights what it means by school accountability on a global front and what we can do here in the territory if a lot of the objectives are achieved around school management and accountability. So I'll now turn to the media.
You're asking to play a video as part of your introduction, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Media.
You may proceed.
All countries have committed to achieve equitable quality education by the year 2030. Governments are responsible for achieving this goal, but others have responsibilities too. Schools, teachers, parents and students, international organizations, private sector. Unfortunately, the challenge is large. Millions are not going to school, and many more are leaving school not having learnt enough. This year's Global Education Monitoring Report shows how accountability can help. Accountability helps show who is responsible for what and how problems can be fixed. Governments are held to account by judges, parliamentarians, auditors, ombudsmen, and international organizations. But we all have the power to hold governments to account. The press, elections, and protests all play an important role. Schools must provide a safe and supportive learning environment. Governments can regulate, accredit, inspect, and monitor them. Parents can exercise control by taking part in school management or by choosing where to educate their child. Teachers teach, but they also do much more. They are guided by ethical codes. Evaluators observe them. Inspectors scrutinize them. Other teachers and the community also sometimes monitor their work. Parents must ensure students go to school well prepared. In some countries, they can be punished if they do not. Students must not disrupt other students' ability to learn and teachers' ability to teach. International organizations help determine our global goals, and member states can question their actions. Donors promise aid. Reporting and scrutiny can expose those falling short of their commitments. The private sector is increasingly influential. Regulations, codes of conduct, transparent contracts, and media scrutiny ensure private actors work for the greater good. Accountability matters. It really matters. But accountability systems don't always work. They can be unaffordable for poorer countries. If badly designed, they penalize the poorest, erode teacher motivation, and narrow the curriculum. The GEM report shows what is needed. Reporting to international bodies, auditing the budget, monitoring, and regulating. Transparency is crucial. Clear and accessible information shows who's responsible for what is being achieved, and when systems break down. Trust is more effective than penalty. Punishing those who don't achieve strong education results is counterproductive. What we need is to build capacity and to provide resources. We need adequate information about the way education systems are working, and for there to be genuine commitment. Let's get accountability right.
Thank you, media. And that video, certainly, I will continue to share through my social networks and really invite the public. I know that was a brief, it was a 3-minute video, but if you, as a student, parent, administrator, teacher, anyone, all the stakeholders, when we move forward with transparency, we're going to see huge leaps and bounds with respect to the school infrastructure itself, as well as all of the elements we've covered today. What this bill does, essentially, is right now the Board of Education is the lead entity responsible for the promulgation of the annual report in coordination with the Department of Education. And who has been left out have been, well, another board has been left out of the process, which is the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, which has been around since 1954. Because there was a time in the Virgin Islands where the trade industry and trade education was thriving. This bill seeks to have the CTEC board join with the Department of Education in coordination with the Board of Education in promulgating the report. The way the legislation is also crafted, it ensures that everyone is doing so pursuant to their jurisdiction area. In the case of the CTEC board, we're talking about Title 17, Section 262. And to the members of the public, as I always encourage, for one, again, I encourage you to go to the public drive. You can pull this bill down. You can also do on LexisNexis, you can also do some free research, but you can also read for yourself the elements of the provision. Also with this is bringing in our stakeholders, our unions, our union leaders, both the supervisory union as well as the AFT, the Parent and Teacher Associations. Our bill before spoke about parent groups and others under ESL, and we need that effort to be included. Our student groups. Students also have a voice and should be part of this process. The actual promulgation of the report still remains that of the Board of Education and the Department of Education, just adding the CTEC board, but it's requiring that the stakeholders, the lead entities with this effort, they go out into the public. Yes, the town hall meetings. If you, and I always encourage folks to do their research, if you research all now and you type in school accountability, you'll see around Caribbean, around the world, around the country, where governments who really support transparency, you will obviously see where there have been series of town hall meetings, school reopening town hall meetings, getting into the towns and everything. And so this effort is going to really work on mandating that the Board of Education coordination, Department of Education, and the CTEC board work with the groups and to hold town hall meetings on each island, a minimum of one on each, but certainly have a robust effort. And also, of course, encouraging it to be multilingual. So I stand ready. I just ask my colleagues to support this effort as we continue down the route of transparency. We continue to really evolve. A lot of constituents reach out to us on a regular basis about the state of our schools. We see them. We know the infrastructure. So I want to continue to highlight that this is not just about the important infrastructure and environment for our children, but it also ties in with the curriculum and instruction. And I have reached out to all the stakeholder entities as it pertains to this report, outstanding or silver reports. You know, we have the Department of Planning and Natural Resources required to submit a report on environmental safety. We have Department of Health, who has worked with Department of Education and the board in the safety of the schools and readiness. But also to Public Works. Department of Public Works has a responsibility with respect to the school accountability report, as well as the Department of Labor OSHA division. And so there are those entities for which reports are supposed to be sent both to the legislature. So we have a lot of work to do in this area of transparency and promulgation of rules. And I do commend the current Board of Education for last year's submission of their report, but we do have a ways to go in terms of transparency. And I really hope to get the support of my colleagues as we move forward in this regard. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, thank you, Chairman. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Before we proceed to the testimonies, I wanted to recognize the presence of Vice Chair Senator Janelle Casaro. Also, before we proceed to the testimonies, can we have a systems check? Who's representing the Commissioner of Education, Commissioner Raquel Berry Benjamin?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I am Victor Som III.
Please put your position on record as well.
Again, this is Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Thank you. Board of Education.
Chairman Kaiser A. Callwood, can you hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear. Anyone else from the board?
Emanuela Perez Casillas, Chair of the School Plans Facility Committee.
Winona Hendricks, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Full complement from the Board of Ed. Anyone from career and technical education?
Yes, good afternoon. Executive Director Dews, sitting in for Board Chair, Mr. Francois.
Welcome. St. Croix Union, AFT. No one? St. Thomas Union, AFT? No one from 1826, no one from 1825? How about the U.S. Virgin Islands Congress of Parents, Teachers, and Students Association, Inc.? Oh yeah, that's the letter. Anyone else that's on screen that that we're missing? Ma'am, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lori Thompson. I've been asked to testify today.
Okay, Dr. Lori Thompson, who are you representing?
I'm representing both, I'm mostly Insight Psychological Services, but I also work at Schneider Regional Medical Center.
Okay, you're in a different. Okay, you're not on this bill. Thank you, but I saw you on screen, so I didn't want to skip anyone. I see a gentleman with
Yes,
headphones.
I apologize. This is Dr. Zen Maservi, and I'm not sure if this is the correct bill then either, if Dr. Thompson's not on. I'm the child and adolescent board certified psychiatrist and the director of behavioral health over at St. Thomas East End Medical Center.
Okay, I believe both of you are in the next block. So I'll ask that you give us, you can sign off, and we'll notify you within about 45 minutes, hopefully. 40 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we'll proceed to a 3-minute round of questioning. I believe we will start with Senator, who is it? Senator Potter, you recognize for your 3 minutes. I am so sorry. My humble apologies. Let's hear the testimony from the Department of Education first. It seems like I'm trying to rush the brush here. Yes, Mr. Caldwell, aren't you ready to get out of here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Kenneth Gittens, and the Honorable Genevieve Whitaker, as well as other members of the committee and members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Victor Sum III, the Assistant Commissioner of Education, and I am presenting this testimony on behalf of the Honorable Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner of Education, on Bill number 34-0189, an act amending Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, relating to school management accountability. Joining me today in testimony and to respond to questions are Dr. Stefan Jorgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District, Mrs. Erisilda Otley Herman, the Acting Insular Superintendent of the St. Croix District, Dr. Dion Wells Hendrington, Chief Facilities Officer, Attorney Alvinson Hudson, Legal Counsel, and Attorney Cynthia Moore, Legal Counsel. The leadership of the Virgin Islands Department of Education sincerely appreciates the effort and intent of Bill number 34-0189 as a means of promoting accountability for our schools and facilities. We also believe that stakeholders should have a voice in the education process, however, not in the manner proposed in Bill number 34-0189. Including additional stakeholders to voice their perspectives, whether it be in a private meeting or in a public town hall, does not solve the root problem for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. As such, the Virgin Islands Department of Education is not in support of Bill number 34-0189 in its current form. According to 17 Virgin Islands Code, Section 24, the Virgin Islands Board of Education has oversight of school management accountability. However, Bill number 34-0189 fails to address, thus solve, the department's underlying issue, which is the department's lack of adherence to and or inability to comply with the law. As stated in 17 Virgin Islands Code, Section 24A2A, the Virgin Islands Board of Education, in consultation with the Commissioner of Education, must develop and adopt the standards and guidelines for conducting a comprehensive annual inspection, assessment, and evaluation of all public schools facilities, school administrations, and school guidance divisions in the territory. The Virgin Islands Department of Education communicated with the board and offered to collaborate in the development of the standards and guidelines for conducting a comprehensive assessment and evaluation. The board informed that they will develop the guidelines and will share the document with the department upon its completion. Based on the observations of the Department of Education, the board does not have the expertise in members currently sitting on the board to develop the standards and guidelines for conducting a comprehensive annual inspection, assessment, and evaluation of public school facilities. As such, it may indeed be necessary for the board to hire or consult the appropriate experts to develop the standards and guidelines, which may come at a cost. To solve the VIDE's problem, the department recommends that Bill number 34-0189 provide the necessary support, funding, or otherwise to the board so that they can secure professionals who have knowledge, skills, and expertise to develop standards and guidelines to properly assess and evaluate the conditions of the department's schools facilities. The Virgin Islands Department of Education will be more compelled to support the legislation when it solves the root problem at hand. In closing, the support of and for the whole child is the priority of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Thus, the department stands open and welcome to discussions and presentations to and from all stakeholders relative to our schools and facilities. These discussions may include, but are not limited to, the building codes, facilities master plan, updates on the assessments that the department has already conducted, and the state of our facilities. Furthermore, the leadership of the Department of Education recognizes the importance for collaboration and compliance, and as such will collaborate with the board to ensure that our schools and facilities are safe, suitable, and enjoyable for our students and employees. Chairman Gittins and Chairman Whitaker and fellow committee members, our team is deeply appreciative of the opportunity to share testimony on Bill number 34-0189 today. We are available, particularly our facilities unit, we're available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Point of inquiry.
Thank you for your testimony, Assistant Commissioner Soames. On behalf of Commissioner Barry Benjamin, Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Yes. Assistant Commissioner Soames, you indicated in your testimony the board. Which board are you referencing that doesn't have the capacity to do the assessment? Which board are you referencing? Because we have two boards. We have the Board of Education, yes, and the Career and Technical Education Board. And then in the statute, the responsibility for the assessments are the entities responsible for the actual assessments and coming up with the information about the what needs to be repaired is that of Public Works, DPNR, Department of Health. There are other entities not. It doesn't name the board, either board, as being responsible for for assessments.
All right. That was a question through the chair. Assistant Commissioner Soames, if you could just let us know which board you're referring to.
Thank you, Chairman Giddens. Victor Soames III, Assistant Commissioner of Education again. The testimony refers to the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Now we'll proceed to the testimony from the Board of Education.
Good afternoon, Honorable. I guess it would be Kenneth L. Gittins, since you sit in the chairman. Also, the chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Genevieve Whitaker, committee members and other members of the 34th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Kaiser A. Callwood, chairman of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education, here in After VI, or the board. With me today are Vice Chair Winona A. Hendricks, School Plans and Facilities Chairperson Emanuela Perez Casillas, and Executive Director Dr. Stephanie Barry. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on the proposed Bill number 34-0189, an act amended Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24 relating to school management accountability. The board reemphasizes its position that is committed to providing and supporting an inclusive environment for our teachers, students, and education partners to the fullest extent reasonably possible. As previously discussed, both historically and as a practical matter, the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education have had separate functions and purposes. While VIBE involves to a substantial degree governance over the Department of Education, CTE's role is to plan, promote, maintain, and aid in the establishment of schools, departments, or classes for training in technical careers and in prescribing qualifications for teachers. To conduct such training, see 17 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 262A, 7, and 8. There is nothing in the enabling statute for CTE, Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 99, or in Title 17 that gives CTE authority over the plans and facilities of the DOE or any of the areas that comprise the report. Moreover, CTE is already required to report to the legislature annually under Section 262A, 12. Because the two entities operate in different realms, combining reports will not serve any legitimate purpose and will create confusion where there is now none. Indeed, the current laws pertaining to both entities were devised to keep these entities separate and only mention them together in Section 262I to ensure the board's academic requirements do not prevent a student from graduating with a career technical certificate. Additionally, the joining of both entities will defeat the purpose of the legislature to ensure that career and technical education is not treated as subpar. Its report should stand on its own and not as a section of the VIBE School Management Accountability Report. Furthermore, as a semi-autonomous board being separate and distinct from the Department of Education for all purposes, the CTE board should have the option to conduct its own walkthrough of school plans and facilities to report on CTE areas of concern identified through its own inspection, assessment, and evaluation process. The CTE's board's report allows for a more holistic and comprehensive annual inspection, including their own standards and guidelines, inspection of CTE classrooms, and certification and assessment of CTE instructors, administrative functions, program compliance, vocation program entrance, and other areas that are specific to CTE. Independent agencies having an opportunity to conduct its own walkthroughs does not preclude other organizations such as the American Federation of Teachers and Educational Administrators Association, to name a few, from conducting their own. We welcome any opportunity to discuss with all stakeholders, including the Department of Education, after independent walkthroughs to discuss our findings and truly capture the accurate picture of the state of public education in the territory. As it relates to town hall meetings, the board's positions remains the same. Assuming the discussion at town hall meetings will be the finding by the VIBE in the report, these reports are to update the legislature and advocate for funds to address issues. The prudent way to proceed is with legislative hearings on the reports so that the public can have input in whether public funds should be used to address the cited issues. There, the Department of Education can speak to the finding since it only can do so. The board's role is merely to report what is there at the time of inspections. Only the Department of Education can speak to the conditions, why they exist, and what is being done to mitigate issues. This would be akin to the Inspector General holding town hall meetings to discuss its finding rather than the agency itself. For these reasons, holding town hall meetings to discuss its findings rather than the agency, totally gone the wrong way. For these reasons, additional town hall meetings will simply create an unfunded liability to conduct town meetings on matters only the department can speak to. Aside from what is proposed in this bill, town hall meetings are coordinated through our public-private liaison committee, and said committee had extensive discussion regarding the same. The VIBE supports the idea of town halls and will conduct at least one annual town hall meeting in each district for the sole purpose of engaging with the community, providing updates relative to policies and procedures governing the school system, learning of policy-related concerns, and receiving recommendations and solutions. Lastly, the board will consider all input submitted directly to the board by the American Federation of Teachers, Education Administrative Union, U.S. Virgin Islands Congress of Parents, Student and Teacher Association, Inc., or Parent and Teacher Association, and members of student government associations. The board will consider such input for inclusion in its annual assessment and evaluation of all public school plans and facilities. In conclusion, the board fully supports continuously improving the school management accountability report. Thank you, Chairman Gittins and Chairwoman Whitaker for providing for this legislation and allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. We stand ready to questions posed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Calwood. Now we'll proceed to the CTE Board. Representative.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good day, Honorable Senator Giddens and Honorable Senator Whitaker, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience members. The Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education, VIB-CTE, member, thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committee. My name is Anton Deus, Executive Director for the Board of Career and Technical Education, representing Board Chairman Dr. Francois. Today I have the responsibility for reading the VIB-CTE's testimony on the record. Critical to our mission as VIB-CTE is the mandate that employability skills, both academic and technical, be provided to all students in the Virgin Islands, regardless of their plan to attend college or enter the workforce directly after high school. In addition, teachers and students must be provided the proper resources required to keep up with the rapidly evolving career and technical education changes across the globe. According to Act number 8374, Section 1, subsection B, VIB-CTE shall promote, maintain, and aid in establishing school departments or classes that provide pathways to career readiness for public school students in the 9th through 12th grade. And therefore, VIB-CTE appreciates the opportunity to participate in a discussion on Bill number 340189, an act amending Title 17's Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24A2A, to establish and mandate stakeholders' engagement and participation in the development of a report for the annual assessments and evaluation of all public school facilities, and adding subsections E to require stakeholders to hold town hall meetings on St. Croix and Thompson St. John. The VIB-CTE would recommend that all three entities, the Board of Education, the Department of Education, and the Board of Career and Technical Education, be held accountable for the accountability report. However, one of these entities should be responsible for ensuring the collaboration and completion of said report. This suggestion will reduce any confusions during the process. The members of the VIB-CTE thank you for the opportunity to read this statement into record. We are ready to answer any question you may have. Any additional information which we do not have upon your request will certainly submit it promptly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deus. Who's next here on this? Madam Clerk, I believe next is the letter from the individual who is absent. Again, start with who it's from and the entity, please.
Letter from Margarita Benjamin, U.S. Virgin Islands PTSA, Every Child, One Voice. Good day to the Honorable Genevieve Whitaker Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, the Honorable Janelle Saro, Vice Chairwoman, honorable committee members, and other senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, viewers and listeners. I thank you, Senator Whitaker, on behalf of the United States Virgin Islands Congress of Parents, Teachers, and Students Association, Inc., USVI-PTSA Board of Directors for inviting us to testify at today's hearing on Bill number 34-0189, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, relating to school management accountability. I am Margarita Benjamin, President of the USVI-PTSA. Unfortunately, due to pre-scheduled meetings or work conflicts, a representative of the USVI-PTSA is unable to appear in person at today's hearing, but we have provided written testimony to be placed on the record. We appreciate all efforts to improve the delivery of educational service to our Virgin Islands students. So we thank you for addressing the issue of school management and accountability through the introduction of Bill number 34-0189, a bill which seeks to include stakeholders that are to contribute to an education system and structure that is conducive to learning. We know scientifically that it is the structure of a thing that determines its function, and notes that the dysfunction of some of the existing statutes require that we revisit its structure, from curriculum and instruction to professional development to facilities and equipment to calendars and scheduling to meal program, student discipline, and the like. A sincere look at the magnitude of the problem justifies and dictates involvement that is structurally wider than what is prescribed by the current language in Chapter 17, Section 24 of the Virgin Islands Code. However, our interest today, where this committee and this legislative body is concerned, is that our intents provided by these amendments are codified in such a manner that provides for efficiency and progress. Specifically, as it relates to proposed amendment offered in Bill number 34-0189, which we do support, we do share some concerns and would like to offer the following recommendations, which we believe would improve on clarifying stakeholders' engagement and reporting deadline. Regarding the amendment to 17 VIC Chapter 3, Section 24A, 2A, USVI-PTSA applauds the inclusion of the Board of Career and Technical Education, noting that this institution is tasked with the administration of the career and technical program in the Virgin Islands and promoting, maintaining, and aiding in the establishment of schools, departments, or classes for career and technical education training. These functions are performed primarily in facilities of the Department of Education and/or are a part of the curriculum within the public schools. However, we would caution that this amendment does not provide for accountability that is beyond the intended scope of the Board of Career and Technical Education and is interpreted as setting, maintaining perimeters within their jurisdiction. Second, the amendment to 17 VIC Chapter 3, Section 24D, USVI-PTSA is in agreement with extending the time to submit the report, which would provide for additional time for final site visit, assessments, stakeholder engagement, and completing the report. However, USVI-PTSA recommends that this section be amended to state no later than 30 working days after the close of school academic year. This amendment will provide for more flexibility should the school calendar schedule change in the future. For example, school year 2029 through 2020 ended June 20th. School year 2021-2022 ends May 27th. Finally, regarding the insertion of new subsections C and D, USVI-PTSA is in support of including all stakeholders during this process. However, in order to ensure that stakeholders are truly engaged, we recommend the use of shall versus may, as currently proposed. It leaves the discretion to the Board of Education to exclude any stakeholders. It is essential that meaningful stakeholder engagement occur as intended, and USVI-PTSA believes that the recommended amendment will ensure that stakeholders are allowed the opportunity to provide substantive input throughout the development of the report. In conclusion, the USVI-PTSA is in support of the intent of the legislation and related technical amendments, and believe that the engagement of all stakeholders in the process will provide for inclusion and diversity of information and accountability based on the mandates of each agency and organization. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony. We look forward to working with the 34th Legislature Committee on Education and Workforce Development on future legislation that further the education, physical and mental welfare, and safety of children and youths in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and encourage you to join the PTA in its mission to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. To learn more about PTA, visit our national website at www.pta.org.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, now we'll proceed to our round of questioning. There's no other testimony from the individuals up top, right? Everyone else is in support role from the board, from Department of Education, etc.
Yes.
Good? Okay. I almost skipped all the testimonies earlier, so I don't want to skip anyone else. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 3 minutes, followed by Senator Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to define clearly what is the role of the Board of Education and the role of the Career and Technical Education Board. And to a certain degree, I think that the bill literally gives both entities the same responsibility and the same role. I don't see how including all of these entities are going to make that particular accountability report stronger. I looked at the inclusion of AFT, EEA, etc., and the teachers report to the principal, and the principal prepares a maintenance report and sends the reports to the superintendent, and then the superintendent sends the collective report to the commissioner. We have had discussion about this before on the floor, and I question as to how would the complainant or those who are pointing out the faults also be the entity that is preparing the report. The Board of Education is supposed to go in and collectively look at all of the data and come up with that particular report. But here we're saying, well, the teachers that are submitting the issues are also going to be a part of preparing that report, and the Career and Technical Education Board would also be a part of preparing a report for elementary schools, et cetera. I just don't see how this is going to streamline the process, but rather I think that this will convolute the process, and it would be extremely hard for us to produce a report within a certain period of time. Mr. Coward and Mr. Deuce, do you see the Board of Education and the Career and Technical Education Board as having the same responsibilities? Or is there a distinct difference?
Senator, if I may, Chairman Callwood, in regards to, you're talking about the bill that is before us?
Yes.
Just to be clear, yeah, I would see there it will be a conflict, and we have indicated so in the testimony.
Mr. Deuce?
I don't think that there's going to be a conflict as long as I think we're open-minded and have the same goal. The board, the CTE board has been in conversation with the Board of Education, Department of Education. So we are more than happy to follow a structure of discussion. I don't see that there's a conflict, however.
The board, all of these entities are going to provide input on drafting the report during the annual assessment and evaluation of all public school facilities. So you're going to have this assessment period where all of these entities are going to somehow provide that assessment, and then all of these entities are going to draft that final report. I just don't see how this is going to streamline. To me, it's like just a next level of bureaucracy. The Board of Education have a responsibility, and the responsibility of the Board of Education is to produce this particular accountability report. And if there's a need for the board to include stakeholders, the board should be able to include them by making contact with the respective entity. But I don't see codifying this as the path moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vialli. Senator Whitaker, you recognized for your point of information.
Actually, sorry, inquiry.
Point of what?
Point of inquiry.
You recognize for your point of inquiry?
Point of inquiry to both Chairman Callwood and to Executive Director Deuce on in the bill, on page 2 of the bill, through the chair, Chairman Callwood, are you familiar with the subsection C of the bill, where it speaks to the American Federation of Teachers, the Educational Administrator Association, the Student Teacher Association, the Parent Teacher Associations, members of the Student Government Association may serve to provide input on the drafting of the report. How do you see that how do you see that conflicting with your responsibility to actually promulgate the report? Because it just speaks to them providing input.
Indicated, we didn't say we have a problem with them providing input. We were talking about, in the senator's point, in terms of both having the CTE board and the Board of Education do the exact same role. I think that's where the concern was. Has nothing to do with input from the Parent Teachers Association, as they have invited us to provide inputs of things that they're working on as well. The American Federation of Teachers, we have met with them in terms of concerns that they would have, in addition to the Educational Administrative Union, and we have included those things, either if it's policy related to certification of teachers, among others, we have included them for input. So having input from them doesn't negate the board of actually putting the report together. However, having another entity create the same report with us is what creates the conflict.
And what section of the bill are you referencing where it requires 2 reports and that it requires those groups to be part of the actual report? Where in the report do you find that there's going to be more than one report? If you can provide that as to where in the bill. It's not found in the bill.
Executive Director Berry, maybe you can break it down a little bit further for the senator.
Yeah, page number, line, and also line. You can line or the page number of the bill will be helpful.
Senator, if I may, we're not specifically speaking to any line or page number of the bill with regards to having CTE board duplicate the responsibilities of the respective governing boards. What we're indicating is that by law, according to the 2nd paragraph of our testimony, the CTE board is responsible for their own reporting to the legislature. Our governing body just wants an opportunity to do an independent assessment in collaboration with the department without having to get into a situation of the governing boards having a conflict. And that's the reason for us putting the language that we did. It's not necessarily with regards to the bill. It's with regards to making sure that we delineate the roles and responsibilities of the respective governing boards, and also to allow us the opportunity to do an independent assessment in collaboration with the department like we have done over the years.
It's not in my bill. It's not in my bill. So thank you.
Thank you for your response.
Not in my bill.
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
But it's not in my bill. Ain't in my bill.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers before us today and to the people of the Virgin Islands. In general, I believe that more representation is generally better than less. In this situation, I'm trying to get a clear picture as to how it would look with the requirement of the input from CTE boards, as well as the AAFT and the EAA, along with the Board of Education, all having a role to play in drafting the final report. I think that it probably will be a challenging experience getting that final product done. But my first question really has to do with Assistant Commissioner Sohn's comments. I think it's the final page of his testimony. Based on the observation of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the board does not have the expertise in members currently sitting on the board to develop the standards and guidelines for conducting a comprehensive annual inspection. Essentially, the Assistant Commissioner is saying that the technical skill set that is needed to do an accurate report is currently not there in the hands of the Board of Education, the entity charged with doing this report. My question is there a role for existing the Department of Public Works or existing entities in government that has the technical capacity to do these things? Is there anything that would preclude the board from seeking the assistance of these entities just to decide or to determine, for example, the structural integrity of the walls at Central High, just as a blind example? Is there anything that would preclude the board from tapping into the expertise of government entities that possess the technical skill set to assist with the finalizing of the report?
Mr. Chairman, is that question for the department?
The board.
I can get both you as well as Chairman Colwood to respond to that.
Okay, thank you, Senator Potter. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education again. An example of this, and you are correct in your assessment of the testimony from the department, Senator Potter. So there was a structure on one of our campuses where the air conditioning wasn't working. It was a sprung shutter. And this, again, is just an example of the lack of technical expertise needed to come to some of these assessments. So the air conditioning wasn't working in this facility. And so an assessment will show the air conditioning isn't working. When the true problem wasn't so much that the air conditioning wasn't working, in as much as the transformer that supplied energy to the structure was insufficient to operate the air conditioning. So again, that's a really good example of where the technical expertise is needed to get to what the issue is. And unless the board is hiring or consulting with facilities, engineers, and the like, they're just going to see the issue as, oh, the air conditioning in this building isn't working, when the larger picture isn't so much the air conditioning as it is the power source needed to supply power to the building. I hope that answers your question.
Does the government of the Virgin Islands have entities at the Division of Public Works, for example, engineers who may have the skill set to, maybe on a day that the board is doing their site visit, rather than necessarily having to contract with outside entities at what may be a very costly proposition, wouldn't it be feasible for them to tap Public Works or some other entity here in government to assist with what you correctly said? I think you make a strong case that visually things may look this way, but it may not tell the full picture. My question really is, would there be anything to preclude the board from tapping into the expertise of another government entity to assist with this process, rather than necessarily having to contract out these technical services at an exorbitant cost? Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair. Maybe the testifiers can answer on the chair's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And to your question, the response should have been yes, they can tap into those other resources. The Virgin Islands Code, Title 17, is clear in Section 24, where it states that in consultation with the Commissioner of Education, that they develop and adopt the standards and guidelines, and also to utilize the services of the Departments of Planning and Natural Resources, Public Works, Health, Environmental Health Division, Occupational Health and Safety, which is OSHA, and the Fire Service to carry out the provisions of the section. So they can tap into those expertise.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Who is that? Assistant Commissioner Som?
Victor Som, the third Assistant Commissioner. I would also add to that listing the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, because there are many electrical problems that face our structures. We have structures that were built before the building code was upgraded, and those buildings cannot support the electrical needs, particularly with new technology, Promethean boards and the like, that may require additional electrical resources. So if I may respectfully suggest that the Water and Power Authority, they have a series of engineers that could benefit in this assessment.
So I am happy that you indicate such, because I don't believe that with the skills that you all have, that the law needs to dictate ward for ward everybody that you need to tap into. So I'm happy that you mentioned the Water and Power Authority. So to the board, have you tapped into the Water and Power Authority? One, and two, I noticed that in Assistant Commissioner Som's third testimony, he stated that the Department of Education reached out to the board, I'm assuming it's the Board of Education, to assist, and that the Board of Education informed that they will develop the guidelines and will share the document upon conclusion. Did that happen?
I think, Senator, may be mixed up. I think as a board, reach out to the department in terms of setting up the standards. And if you remember, to your credit, you indicated on the Senate hearing that we should meet together to come up with the standards for its inspections. And the board did take that leaf and run with it from your suggestion, Senator Gittins. Congratulations. And we came up and we met on July 29 of 2021 with the department to come up with the standards, because we rely on their expertise to provide us with assistance. And then from when we're preparing the report, then we go to people like DPNR, the Department of Health, Virgin Islands Fire Service, to provide their technical opinion in terms of the day-to-day operation, guiding these things are supposed to be in place in the schools to help us to put that report together accordingly. So we rely heavily on their technical expertise, and the board has moved forward in terms of creating those guidelines with input from the department to move forward accordingly. I hope that responds to the Senator's question and your question as well, Senator. Thanks.
And thank you for being a good student and following up with the suggestion. Next is Senator Potter. You recognize, Senator Fred Gregory. Madam President, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're having some order issues today, but I will continue. I think the last time Senator Joseph was before me. But anyway, my primary question around the legislation is specifically tied to the Career and Technical Education Board role in all of this. I mean, their responsibilities to administer the career and technical education programs, in addition to certifying career tech teachers. So I don't understand. I don't see the role for them to play in this particular. I mean, the Board of Education is the overarching entity where all of this should fall under, and then the unions. It just seems like we are creating. I mean, there should be input from our community. Absolutely, I think that's important. But I believe that we must figure out another way to ensure that the community is included, absent of them having to actually build the report, because it just seems like that report will never be done, because, you know, different perspectives, the back and forth, having definitely having meetings to discuss the challenges is important. Those should be happening in parent-teacher association meetings. The board should have meetings, I agree. But I'm just challenged with you know, pulling in all of these other entities to also be responsible for sitting at the table and weighing in with the Board of Ed, and the other concern is with the current technical education program also. I mean, technical education board also falling under this responsibility. So let me ask to the board, what happens now with the assessment report? Is it submitted on time? I think I saw one just recently that came into the legislature a few months ago. So what's the challenge with the current assessment report that is provided?
So the board have, from the 19 Board of Ed, I'm sorry, and I'm sure if I can talk. Can I?
You may respond.
You can hear me?
You may respond.
So starting from the 19 board, we did send, from the 19 Board of Education, we did send in a request to the legislature at that time to allow us the opportunity to submit the report much later down than June 15th, because we have to not only go to the schools to do the assessment, but we also require documentation from the department in addition to other entities in order to create the report. Thereafter, we prepare the report, put it together in collaboration with the department, send it to them for their recommendation feedback, in addition to the legislature and the governor to make the final determination of how they would move forward to address many of the concerns that are listed in that report. To date, has that happened? No. However, we continue to make strides. I don't think necessarily we complain, but we stay on top of the issues about the concerns that all parents, teachers, students alike are facing in terms of the schools and the conditions. And we know that they're old. However, we continue to advocate for the same, for them to correct many of the challenges that are listed in that report. And the report is rather lengthy with different type of things, not only school plans and facility concerns, but also academic concerns as well.
I think my time has been called, but let me just ask, annually, is there any evaluation that's done with, so as reports are done on an annual basis, who is going back to look at, so this is what was laid out in X report, in a report for whatever year, is there any evaluation being done on, are we chipping away at any of the items that was laid out in the report? And that goes to the Board of Ed as well. We can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I apologize for my behavior. There is not necessarily evaluation done. However, we try to work as best we can with the department to identify some of those, to see if some of those challenges were addressed. Some of them I would say that they are addressed, but the holistic part of it, some is still lacking, either lack of funding at the time, federal resources not available at the time. However, I will allow the executive director to add to what I'm indicating to you so we can ensure that we get your full response answered.
During my tenure, Senator, I apologize, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. During my tenure with the board, I have been responsible for reviewing and making sure that the department provides status updates. We've sent reminders and reminders to reminders. One of the most critical areas that I'd like to point out, as indicated by Senator Potter, is that the reports from the ancillary departments. As most recent as within the past 30 days, I had to send another request for updated records from the department relative to the ancillary departments. I did go through each and every document that was provided by the ancillary departments through the department, and I, through the board, made a request for them to provide the updated information that's necessary. We will continue this process for the upcoming SMAR as well. But we are doing evaluation, Senator, to answer your question as it relates to the Virgin Islands Board of Education, trying our best to be on top without being demanding. We're trying to work in the collaborative spirit.
Thank you for your responses. Madam President, that satisfy your question?
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your point of inquiry. Through the chair.
To the chair, to Chairman Callwood. Have you received a report from Public Works? Department of Public Works is required to, they're one of the listed ancillary agencies that Dr. Berry referenced. Has Public Works submitted the report? I did reach out to Commissioner Gabriel about the submission. I haven't received a response yet. That was just yesterday and in previous months. But Chairman Callwood, have you received a report from Public Works pursuant to Title 17, Section 24A3?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
And are you aware that is part of the code, that's required right now, that the Public Works, because they will have the expertise in terms of providing the assessments as per the law?
Based on what the code has indicated, it indicates that we could utilize the services of Public Works, and that will be in terms of having a collaboration with the department in terms of either where the projects are and the status is in order to come up with any cost estimates or anything in terms of addressing maintenance concerns. So that will be a department collaborative function, not just the board asking them to provide input on a report, and we don't have the necessary information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker, for your point of inquiry. Now we move, Senator Viale, you recognize your point of inquiry, followed by Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Board Member Kaiser Callwood. This school management accountability report, along with speaking in reference to maintenance, it also covers guidance and counseling deficiencies and administrative deficiencies.
Yes, Senator, it does.
So the overall report is more comprehensive than just maintenance of facilities, and definitely administrative and guidance falls under the Board of Education. And that's why I said before that we got to be careful as to how we're moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone, including the testifiers. I have looked at this piece of legislation, and I really understand the proponents' intent, which is to provide more input from other entities, other individuals and stakeholders, and to also get our public in general involved in our children's education, But I'm looking at whether or not that this needs to be codified. Now, my question is to Chairman Kaiser Carwood. And I believe you may have answered this before. There is nothing that prevents you from getting input from all of these entities in your carrying out the mandates as required currently existing in law. You do, and have you done that in the past?
Yes, we have, Senator.
Because if you've done it in the past, I don't see what will prevent us from getting it. I do want to touch on the time frame. I believe that was brought up before, but looking at the time frame, do you think it's reasonable to be able to get a really complete and comprehensive assessment and provide the guidelines required in carrying out your duty relative to the management, the school management and accountability assessment? And be able to submit it timely?
Well, the current submission deadline as in the code is not realistic because there's a lot of competing demands in terms of trying to get that, in addition to input that we get from individuals, but also it's around the time when schools, it was already just closing. So teachers, principals, they are rushing to try to get the students out, grades, all kind of, different things are happening in terms of challenges. And I think the deadline we have asked for it to be extended to maybe about August, so in order to submit that report accordingly. But however, we have taken great strides to try to meet the deadline as provided in the code.
Wondering about the timeline. I read through your testimony. I didn't see anything relative to any changes in the timeline because I know you're not meeting your deadline as it is. And just looking that school is already closing, and to give your ancillary stakeholders and support systems sufficient time to actually present their report and their assessment to you. That's what I was looking at. Now, have you explored using maybe getting additional funding to support getting this assessment done in a more efficient way? Because I heard Dr. Berry clearly about sending reminders to individuals to submit information, etc. And I know that holds you up because now you are relying on external persons to get your report completed. In a perfect world, how do you see the Board of Education being able to carry out this required mandate more efficiently?
I'll allow Executive Director to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, thank you for that question. I think the most important way for us to carry out this mandate effective and efficiently is for the department to be cooperative and to also have the ancillary departments be more involved in doing a more thorough evaluation within their respective roles and responsibilities as required by their respective department. I have taken a look at the evaluations. They are inconsistent. They're not on time. In some regards, these evaluations from the fire service, from the environmental health, from other ancillary departments do not include our school plants and facilities. In one such instance, Senator, one of the reports showed that there was a citation in an administrative area and not in the school plants area. And the school plants and facilities are the areas that we pay attention to. So a little bit more consistency in collaboration. Again, I emphasize communication We are taking a closer look at what's submitted by the department. They have provided a lot of valuable feedback subsequent to our initial conversation with them during our discussion about the walkthrough standards. And we want to go forward in a collaborative measure, but we also want to make sure that each person that's listed in that legislation is held accountable for providing assessments within the confines of their respective roles and responsibilities. Thank you, Senator.
Much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Dr. Berry. Just to wrap up, I really applaud you. I know it's very challenging given that we have a lot of shortage in staffing throughout the government, and for people to focus in on this area as well, especially when they have other priorities on their plate. So I was wondering if you want to look at even getting somebody independent outside of government to help with that efficiency and being able to meet your timeline. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Assistant Commissioner Soms III, you're recognized.
Thank you. Again, Victor Somm, the third Assistant Commissioner of Education. I think Senator Joseph has hit the nail on the head with respect to independent assessment. I know that Dr. Dion Wells-Hendrington, our Chief Facilities Officer, also wants to comment on this. Dr. Wells-Hendrington, if you may.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dion Wells-Hendrington, Chief Facilities Officer. I just wanted to say that having all the entities hold the department accountable is important to ensure that we are doing what we're supposed to do in ensuring that facilities are safe and secure for all. We have had the opportunity with the additional funding that we've received to do thorough assessments of our facilities to include those areas of concern relative to security and safety first. We've done some extensive assessments through our partnership with OIA as well to look at our electrical issues like AC Som mentioned. A lot of times we add things to the grid, but we don't upgrade the system. And so those are things that we're doing right now as we speak to help us to get a holistic view of where our issues are in every single campus, and then develop a plan to address the critical needs first, and then move on as we try to sustain our campuses until we're able to retrofit them the way that we want to with the public assistance funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Now we move to Senator Johnson, followed by Senator Sarro. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Before I go far, I would like to ask Assistant Commissioner Soms about a policy that I learned about today. And I'd like to know when that policy was put in place. I took it upon my own and I went and tried to get a tour of Central High School. And upon arriving there, I was told that I must make an appointment and get approved and a time date in order to get a tour of the facility. Mr. Somm, can you help me out with that?
I'm sorry, I stepped away for one quick second. What was the question, Mr. Senator Johnson?
I would like to know when your new policy was put in place. I took an opportunity that I had this morning and tried to get a tour of Central High School and was denied and was told that I have to make an appointment to get a tour of the facility or any school if I need to see the school. Can you tell me when that policy was put in place?
I'm not familiar with that policy, but I would defer to the acting superintendent. I'm not familiar with that. Superintendent
Mr. Principal Eve Abraham told me when I came to the school that I had to make an appointment, and he gave me the number to call the acting superintendent, which I did, and she returned my call. But I would like to know when that policy was put in place, that when a public official shows up that he needs to make an appointment. I really need to know where are we going and what are we trying to hide, because I got just about every picture that I need of Central High School and the condition of that school.
So I would ask the St. Croix acting superintendent to please respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. As we spoke today earlier, Acting Institute Superintendent Atley Herman, all of our campuses are closed. All visitors are asked to make an appointment. We did have this discussion with our principals. It is a pandemic, and we want to make sure we know who is traversing the campus. This has been in place from the onset of the pandemic.
So what difference is going to make with my appointment? I am vaccinated, I'm going to follow your protocol, I'm going to wear my mask, and I'm going to do my social distance. What difference does it make with an appointment when I come to see a school that's in dire need of somebody taking a tour? I continuously get in calls and picture every day about the condition that our children have to learn in. Can you tell me what will be the difference when I make an appointment?
Senator, the administration of the school will be aware of who is on their campus at what time. It allows them to, understand the population as present, who's there, where they're going, and what's happening. So at this time, that is the policy that's in place. We will work to ensure that everyone is able to visit. We have nothing to hide, as you said. We are a public entity, but we do want to ensure our children's safety.
Thank you very much.
If I can add that the same policy exists in the St. Thomas, St. John School District.
Time.
Mr. Chair, can I get a little lead here to continue? I didn't even start.
You may proceed.
And you said that the same policy exists in the St. Thomas School District, and Mr. Sum, you're not aware of that policy.
Given the explanation by both superintendents, yes, we've had situations in particular where people just show up. We may have been dealing with
stop,
positive
please. I'm not people. I'm a public official. I represent the people. I represent the people of this territory. And when I show up and I get these kind of response, it's very saddening to the core. Very saddening to the core. Let's not play games here with words today, please. I wish Miss Margarita Benjamin was here, and I just want to read a quick sentence here. We know scientifically that it's the structure of a thing that determines its function, and notes the dysfunction of some of the existing statutes required that we revisit its structure. I must give the board some kudos here today, and I think you've been trying very hard. I listened to you, and I can see that you guys been trying. The Department of Education have dropped the ball, and not just today, for years. For years. And the condition is only getting worse. And the games that we're playing with our children. And I assure each and every one of you, I worked 21 plus years in the prison. And these same children that we neglecting today, they're going to knock on our doors tomorrow. I am telling you. The same children that we neglect today and fail to give that opportunity to get that proper education, they're going to be knocking on our doors. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Inquiry to Assistant Commissioner Soms.
Through the chair.
Through the chair. Assistant Commissioner, are you aware of any requests coming from my office to Commissioner Barry Benjamin concerning school tours ahead of this new school reopening?
No, I haven't seen any correspondence or emails requesting tours. I will certainly investigate and provide an answer. Okay.
So just if you can provide to the chair, to the committee, that the exact procedures, because as Commissioner Barry Benjamin informed me in writing, because I continue to ask for requests for tours and be told I can't come on campus consistently as to what my colleague expressed. If you can put that into writing. I've asked the commission to do that before, but other than pushbacks and when you go onto campus, my own staff and others being told that they can't come on, and that has been happening for the past year. And I have certainly put in a request for a tour of the schools ahead of this school new reopening.
We will comply and get that policy in writing to the committee, Senator.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Som. You know, I'm disturbed by that that your responses, and to even know that an elected official is going through this again. As a freshman senator, I thought we had already cleared that up, that as a public official or elected official, you can't deny the senator from going onto the campus to conduct any inspections, investigations, or whatever, because he or she will be within their role as an elected official and based on their oversight responsibility of these government agencies. So I'm hopeful that this will be the last time that this occur. I understand that we're under the COVID regulations and whatnot, but as long as we adhere to those CDC and Department of Health guidelines, I don't see where there is any authority of school officials to deny a senator from entering onto the school campus. But I'll move on to the next senator.
Senator, if I may, very briefly.
Assistant Commissioner Som III, you may.
Yes, again, Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. It is not the intention of the department to deny public officials access. Please understand that as someone in the department who deals with COVID cases, from students to faculty to staff every day, the department is trying to ensure the safety and health of everybody on our campus. And as we go through this pandemic and we see the numbers daily, multiple numbers across the territory, it does raise an alarm for us. It does raise this sense of crisis. And then we go into this very protective mode to make sure that our students in particular are not exposed to anyone, vaccinated or not, who may, unknowingly present some kind of concern. So we will, as I indicated to Senator Whitaker, we will reduce the writing, the policy, and share it with the committee as soon as possible.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Som. Now we move on to Senator Sarro. You're recognized for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to those listening and viewing and to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
I'm a bit confused this afternoon. I'm not easily confused, but I don't grasp the intent of the legislation before us today. I don't know what we're hoping to achieve because we're asking for more town halls and requiring town halls and then more reports. I find that we have an obsession in this body with reports and town halls, and we receive reports that the majority of us don't even read in the body. And the government is always having a report, and there's no execution of the report. We need an officer do your work. So I get the intent. Well, I don't know the intent. Let me not even say that. Then the board's testimony is that they lack the technical capacity. And this is a shameless plug here, but when we try to address board and diversifying the board is enshrined in the Organic Act of 1954. And that shows Chairman Carwood specifically that we do need a constitution. Now, what precludes the Board of Education right now from putting people on contract when it's time to do an assessment of schools? What precludes you from hiring a little firm and say every year you have been contracted to assist us with our assessment of schools in the entire territory? Structural engineers, environmental engineers, some engineering firm. What stops the board from doing that?
Well, currently, what would stop the board from doing that is funding. So what we have been trying to do is work.
Hold a second. So you come here for a budget hearing, was that request ever made?
That request was not made because we have worked with the departments that have set in the code in the concern regarding the school management.
So the request wasn't made, so the body does not know to fund you, so you can have the qualified people to do your assessment. And then the setup of the code, and I haven't really, I don't sit and we don't read the code from like a book from front to back, right? So I am confused as to the board doing the assessment and then giving to the Department of Education. If you own a house, you should assess your house and then give the board the information. But right now it seems to be backwards where you are assessing stuff when education has the personnel, the staff, and the funding to do the report. So the code does give you the responsibility of doing the assessment and everything else, but I really don't think that should be your assignment via the code. I think the code should be amended that the Department of Education regularly assess their schools and submit a report to the Board of Education. I think that's the way it should be. Now, Dr. Wells Hendrington, you received some funds from the American Rescue Plan, right?
Yes, Senator.
Assessments, are you doing some assessments with those funds?
Right. So we procured the services of a firm to conduct assessments, thorough assessments with our focus on the security and safety issues throughout the territory.
Okay, so I cannot support this legislation today because the intent is lost on me. And then no matter how much legislations we are going to pass, or we will pass, you cannot legislate the Board of Education getting along with the Department of Education or vice versa. That cannot be legislated. That has to be a revolution of values and mindset. And we all know publicly and in this body that there has been the Great Wall of China between the two entities that service the same population. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. For the Department of Education and the Board of Education, have you all developed a schedule and proposed timelines for addressing any areas of concerns as it pertains to the school assessment?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Dr. Wells Hendrington for a response.
All right, in terms of timelines, we are working on those. We did meet with the board recently and shared updates relative to maintenance issues and the capital projects that we have existing. We have not developed that timeline as yet. Using those assessments, we have an upcoming meeting with the districts next Wednesday or the Wednesday after they return from their trip to prioritize that listing, and then we will present it to the board.
So you don't have the proposed timelines. Do you have a schedule yet? And this is both Department of Education and Board of Ed. You're supposed to be doing this together.
Afternoon, Sir Chair.
Who is this?
Alvinson Hudson, Legal Counsel, Department of Education.
Okay, they're not in trouble though, but legal counsel, you could go ahead and proceed.
Clarification is not needed just when people are in trouble. I just wanted to clarify what the section of the code says. We've been going back and forth, but the language is particular in section 24 of Title 17. It says that the responsibility is on the board to create an annual assessment of the facilities, amongst other things. Additionally, when it talks about working in consultation with the Department of Education, It says that they are responsible for coming up with the guidelines, also coming up with the timeline, coming up with the standards. The Department of Education has availed itself to the board, met with the board, and has also requested these standards. I think Dr. Berry was correct earlier when she mentioned that from year to year, you see some inconsistencies when you're looking at the evaluations of the building. That's why the department, is asking for the board to promulgate the standards and make it clear so that every year we're not wondering what each facility, when it comes to the assessment, what it looks like. And that's where the portion, not just talking about annual assessments that the board may need some expertise, but they might need to hire a firm to help them establish to promulgate the guidelines and the standards that we will then use moving forward. It doesn't say in collaboration. It doesn't say with. It says in consultation. And Virgin Islands case law has defined what that term means, which means that you give meaningful input, but ultimately the decision and the responsibility of of Section 24 and Title 17 is with the Board of Education. That needs to be clear.
Well, what is clear to me, Counselor, is that the same code that you refer to under 3B states that the Board of Education and the Commissioner of Education shall develop a schedule and propose timeline for addressing areas of concerns identified through the inspection, assessment, and evaluation process. Now, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but I am saying that both of you have a responsibility here. So I don't expect to hear from Council for Education that it should be the Board of Education and telling me what consultation means, because there's no way here that speaks to consultation. It clearly says that the Board of Education and the Commissioner shall develop a schedule and propose timeline for addressing these concerns. And that is my concern for the well-being of not only our students within the educational system here in the Virgin Islands, but also the faculty and staff that works on these premises. My other question would be to the board, based on your assessments, if you've done any for the year, have you made any recommendations to the governor or even to this body regarding the findings of your assessments?
Well, the findings or assessments were already submitted. That would have been last year, where we have provided to both the department, the governor, and the legislature.
Okay, so you did that.
Yes, we did, sir.
Thank you. And Department of Education, since we seem to use COVID as a band-aid for every sore, is there a schedule for deep cleaning of our schools throughout the territory, those schools that are now in person?
Thank you, Senator Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. We are utilizing several approaches. One approach is to train and retrain and upgrade our custodians so that we build internal capacity so that they can do the sanitization necessary. I will allow the districts to talk about their schedule for sanitization of schools. Superintendent Jurgen and Acting Superintendent Otley Herman.
So before you move to the district superintendents, is your answer yes, you have a schedule in place?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Superintendent Jurgen?
Yes, good day, Senator. In addition to what AC Soam just mentioned about the regular training of the custodians, we've also put out a schedule on each campus as to when each classroom is going to be cleaned. And then on Wednesdays, we do our deeper cleaning.
St. Croix District Superintendent? Acting Superintendent?
Sure thing, Senator. Dr. Bastian leads the custodial front and operations. She'll answer.
Dr. Carla Bastian, Deputy Superintendent. Just like the St. Thomas District, each school provided a cleaning plan for their unique campuses. That campus consists of the cleaning throughout the day. On Wednesdays on the high school level, in addition to the daily cleaning, they do get a deep clean on those Wednesdays when our students are remote. We have purchased all the necessary sanitization and cleaning products needed for our campuses. Joint with the continued training of our custodians, we are prepared to conduct those cleanings throughout the year.
All right, thank you. Assistant Commissioner, before I recognize the sponsor of the bill, Assistant Commissioner Soames III. So the testimony is that you do have a deep cleaning schedule in place. The time is now 3:42 p.m. I'm asking that the Department of Education submit this plan to the legislature by 10 a.m. tomorrow so that we can see, review this schedule that you have in place. If the schedule is already in place, we should be able to get it by 5 p.m. today, but I'll ask that it be submitted to the legislature by 10 a.m. tomorrow through the chairwoman's office, Chairwoman Whitaker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you, Chairman, and that'll be added to the long laundry list because I've already asked for the cleaning supply plan, the whole works. I've asked for several times, and so I just wanted to emphasize that. So we'll add that the cleaning schedule, which is also something that's already been requested on behalf of the committee. Assistant Commissioner Soames, are you familiar with the federal law known as the ESSA? Are you familiar with that law?
Good afternoon, Senator. You're talking about ESSA?
Yes, ESSA. Are you familiar? And are you familiar with that as it relates to school accountability?
I have a general knowledge of ESSA. There are others that work with it more intimately than I do.
So I want to emphasize that every Student Succeeds Act requires that each school must hold an annual meeting with parents and families to explain the curriculum, types of academic assessments used to measure student progress. So as what I'm legislating and I've continued to attempt to legislate is something that's even on the federal level, what we should be working on. So this requirement that we have outreach to the schools and we do town hall meetings is pretty common. So to Assistant Commissioner Soames, and then I'll move to Chairman Callwood, have in your experiences, you guys go to a lot of trainings, meet with a lot of other educators. Have you met any other jurisdiction that doesn't hold town hall meetings and that is similar to the Virgin Islands where student groups, PTSAs, and the other are not a part of the planning process? Have you all encountered any jurisdiction similar to the Virgin Islands that excludes such stakeholders?
To the best of my knowledge, no. But we don't necessarily do town hall meetings, but we do meet with students and parents, particularly when it's time for orientation, where that information is shared at the beginning of each school year.
Chairman Callwood, in your experience in meeting other boards, have you experienced where the board maintains in whatever jurisdiction that there should be no stakeholder input outside of the board itself? Have you encountered that?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
And that's my point. I would like for us to shift away, look at the best practice. We're not currently operating on the best practice. So I know as you all have traveled, met other other people in your positions, you know that what this legislation seeks is a more transparent approach. Even that's why under the ESSA, it's saying you have to provide the parents and the community with how you're proceeding forward with the curriculum, and that's not being done now. To Chairman Callwood, are you familiar, we're gonna focus on the bill, because I know earlier you said that it wasn't, you didn't read it in the bill, but you're just, I'm a little confused because we're focused on the bill. Are you familiar with lines 5 and 6 of the measure, which state that, and Chairman, I'm gonna close up here now.
You may Close up, yes.
I want to emphasize that in lines 5 and 6 of the code, it delineates that the Board of Career and Technical Education, pursuant to its jurisdiction under 262, in referring to the role of the CTEC board, because in other words, they're only limited to participate in the single report based on their jurisdiction. Where do you read that the CTE board would be acting outside of its jurisdiction pursuant to Section 262 of Title 17?
Senator, I think the board made it clear in terms of its position. I'm not sure the justification that you're trying to make. Please help me with that.
In the bill, it speaks to one report, and it's asking that the CTEC board participate in the putting together of one report pursuant to the areas in the law that they are responsible for. That's what it says in lines 5 and 6 in the bill that I have before this committee today.
Thank you for your explanation.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide some clarity to something that was stated earlier.
Let me just make sure that the senator's inquiries were all addressed. I think she's waiting a response from Assistant Commissioner Soames.
I'm sorry, forgive me. I didn't hear the question. We're having some internet difficulties.
Okay, I'll repeat myself. I was asking where in the legislation that's being offered today, because I heard, assertions of things that are not in the bill. I wanted to, where do you see Assistant Commissioner Soames in the bill where the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education would be outside of its jurisdiction when the measure says that they can only contribute to the report pursuant to their jurisdiction area, which is found in Title 17, Section 262?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but based on what I'm seeing in the legislation now, I don't see the CTE board being outside of its jurisdiction when it visits CTE campuses and does an assessment.
I'll follow. Let me close up and follow up. Assistant Commissioner Soames, I'm not the report is still the report will still be the responsibility of the Board of Education. Right now, the CTEC board does not collaborate with the Department of Education, your department, or the board as it is right now. Going on to campuses is not just there's more to tours than putting together a report. I'm speaking specifically about their role in having an input from the CTEC, the vocation, the current technical education side, as it pertains to that report. The one report.
Senator Whitaker, Senator Whitaker, if I may, Alvinson Hudson, Legal Counsel, Department of Education. It was not in the Department of Education's testimony that they said that pursuant to the language of the bill, that the CTEC board would be operating outside of what has been prescribed in Section 262. That was not the assertion of the Department of Education, to be clear. Additionally, I do think that there was a misrepresentation of the ESSA earlier, and that the Department of Education has several accountability measures, including you have the within special educations, you have the student board, you also have a parent advisory council. There's also several measures of accountability when it comes to career and technical, not career and technical, but curriculum and instruction. If we had the CNI director here, they'll talk about the extensive incorporation of the community and feedback. So I think that I wanted to make sure that misrepresentation is cleared up for the record. Thank you.
To the chair, a point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, and then we'll conclude this and recess for a huddle.
To the Assistant Commissioner Soames, pursuant to the ESSA, has the Department of Education in the last year held an annual meeting with parents and families to explain the curriculum types of academic assessment? Have they held such annual meeting? And that's what I pointed out. I didn't get into the efforts currently being made. I'm specifically talking about the annual meeting. Was there an annual meeting where parents got an understanding of the curriculum and the assessments? Was there an annual meeting last year? Was there one?
I would say, good afternoon again, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education. I would say yes, Senator, in all honesty. Again, at the beginning of each school year, principals and staff meet with parents and students. They explain scheduling, they explain requirements, they explain the curriculum, they explain pathways. It may not be an annual meeting in the sense that you're talking, because it's not done across districts or even across the territory. It's done within the individual schools.
Assistant Commissioner Sum, if I may, I would like to expand that to say that the Commissioner and the VIDE did hold a territorial virtual conference for parents. During that conference, the accountability measures were discussed and shared for parents, and feedback was given. We also sent out parental surveys. Prior to COVID, we would have attended PTA meetings. However, during COVID, we've done a lot of our meetings virtually. We've shared parental reports, and ESSA really lends to data reporting and state plans and school accountability measures as per the department. But we have made sure that we've shared that information, and we've done parental meetings as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Madam Secretary. Does that satisfy your inquiry? Thank you. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development will recess for 3 minutes. Testifiers, please stand by as well. 3 minutes. And colleagues on St. Thomas, stand by for a call. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back on record. At this time, I'll ask for the testifiers to just give closing, before I entertain a motion, I will start with the Mr. Director Duz from the CTEC board.
Thank you. Anton Duz, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board for Career and Technical Education. We certainly would like to thank the committee and testifiers for bringing a subject to the table that speaks to collaboration between three very important agencies which have to do with the education of our students. From the board's view, we are open and holding out our hands to any kind of discussion as it pertains to the career and technical education of the Virgin Islands students. We are concerned that in many instances, we might be somewhat side-trapped in receiving reports, which sometimes in the big scope of education, CT might be a little bit overlooked, which is our big concern, especially when it comes up on regards to buildings or shops, if you want so, where we house CTE students. We're looking forward to be working with the Virgin Islands Board of Education and the Department of Education in a matter that brings a resolution to any kind of potential issues we have at this time. Again, thank you for your time, and we're here to work with anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Duz. Board Chair Colwood.
Thank you, Chairman Gittins, and all senators present for the opportunity to speak regarding this legislation. We also thank you for the many ideas that you have provided. And again, the board will take a leaf and run with it and make changes accordingly. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Just be guided by the code as it relates to your duties and responsibilities, and you shouldn't run afoul. Assistant Commissioner Soames III.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins and Chairperson Whitaker. The department is always appreciative of the opportunity to share information and provide testimony. And today is just one example of our willingness and our appreciation to share information and testimony on bill number 34-00189. I believe that this is something that we can work on. It is not perfect, but I believe in the maxim, never let the good be the enemy of the perfect. Again, thank you on behalf of the Department of Education for this opportunity.
Thank you, and don't forget that schedule. Some may feel as if it's petty, but when you have to weigh the options between our inquiry here in the legislature and the responses, and we're getting conflicting responses, then again, it is our responsibility to ensure that what's being told to us is accurate. And that pertains to the deep cleaning schedule that I asked for, as we're still getting feedback that, for instance, that there might be a schedule out for deep cleaning on Wednesdays, but I'm not understanding if we have deep cleaning going on, if persons are within these facilities while the deep cleaning is going on. So again, we'll address that at the appropriate time. Do I hear a motion at this time? we'll entertain a motion and then we'll go to the point of personal privilege thereafter. So you recognize for a motion, Senator Whitaker?
Motion.
You recognize for your motion, Senator Whitaker?
I move that Bill number 34-0189, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, related to school management accountability, be moved to the next committee of jurisdiction. I so move.
We have a motion on the floor. Moved by Senator Whitaker. To move the bill. Do I hear a second on St. Thomas?
Wow.
Hearing no second. The bill fails. Bill number 34. There's 00189, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 24, relating to school management accountability. And I'm hearing a serious feedback. The motion has been made to move this bill to the Rules and Judiciary Committee and fail for a second. So the measure has failed. Madam Secretary, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. And I want to this time truly thank, it's been several months in this measure, bringing this measure forward. I want to really thank all the stakeholders, especially those groups I've been fighting for. The unions themselves, have several stakeholder meetings with them, the CTEC board itself, all the different stakeholders that I'm attempting, and even to the public, because as I continue to, work with my constituents and they ask for the accountability, they ask for the information to be delivered to them. And today I did attempt, in the last few months I have attempted to do so. So I want to definitely thank all those who've been part of the process, and for those who know that this doesn't end, and we all certainly commit to continued efforts for transparency and information in support of our school systems, our students, administrators. Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to the testifiers.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you, testifiers. At this time, we'll take a 3-minute recess and return for Block 2. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby recessed.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next, from Block 2, next item in Block 2 of the agenda?
Bill number 34-0086, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 111A, relating to school health programs to provide for mental health education and instruction, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Invited to testify, Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Dr. Zen Maserve, Psychiatrist, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation, Dr. Lori Thompson, Psychologist, Insight Psychological Services, LLC. Madam Chair.
Who speaks to? Yep. Motion, Senator Gittens.
Motion. Madam Chair, I move to recess this hearing until another date called by the chair. I so move. I'm not sure if they heard the motion on St. Thomas.
St. Thomas, can you hear us? Can you hear Senator
Yes,
Gittens?
I'm seeing hand signals, but I didn't hear a second.
Lord have mercy. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Second.
Wow.
Okay, roll call. And just to Senator Gittens, we have March 17th is the next committee date. We already have a date for the next hearing. Okay, roll call on the motion to recess the hearing to another date until March 17th. That's our next committee hearing date.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Gregory?
I vote yes, but the chair cannot add that. Point of order. Point of order. Madam Chair, we will look within the calendar to find an earlier date. The motion was to recess for a later date, but we can't add it to the next date.
No.
Senator Gittens indicated by the call of the chair. By the call of the chair. So as I indicated, I already have secured, because I've secured several dates, on 2 dates, today's here and the next date. And so I indicated that our next committee hearing date is March 17th.
I think my vote was yes, so let's move on so we can
Roll
wrap this
call
up.
on the motion to recess on the next committee hearing date, as I was on a call of the chair. March 17th is the next date. Or just on the call of the chair for our us to postpone it for our next date. Roll call. At the call of the
Senator
chair.
Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
No.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarol.
Madam Clerk, my vote was no.
My apologies, Senator.
No.
Senator Janelle K. Sarol. Senator Janelle Casaro, not
Senator
voting.
Janelle Casaro.
Senator Kurt A. Violet.
Senator Kurt A. Yes.
Senator Kurt A.
Madam Clerk.
Violet.
Senator Kurt A.
Yea.
Violet.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Senator Genevieve
Nay.
R. Whitaker.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Genevieve
nay.
R. Whitaker. Nay.
Madam Chair, we have
Madam
four
Chair,
yeas,
we have 4 yeas,
one not
1
voting.
nay, 1 not voting.
Madam Clerk,
My vote.
Madam Clerk, my vote was no.
Yes, but she.
Madam Chair, we have
Madam Chair,
5
we have
yeas, 1 nay.
1 nay.
2 nays.
Madam-
2 nays.
Madam Clerk, would you please
nay.
go
Madam
back
Clerk,
over
would you
the votes? Vote count?
Madam Clerk,
Vote
Madam Chairwoman,
Madam Clerk, Madam.
the votes are 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the motion passes. The motion to recess until the call of the chair for the next available date. And the next available date is March 17th. So I will work together with my committees to the testifiers in this term. We thank you. So at this time, we're going to be going into recess, and certainly, I know for the Department of Education, be well prepared because they were provided with the dates for today's hearing and for March. So this time, we're going to move any last motions, any point of inquiries? St. Thomas? Okay, well, hearing none. So I wanted to, again, today was a really tremendous day there. We tried to push through. And I want to just, again, especially want to thank my staff in preparing for today, the staff of the media, everyone responsible. And I will continue to work with my committee members so that we can prepare for the next hearing. And once again, and to the people of the Virgin Islands, thank you for tuning in. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands adjourned. Thank you, and please stay safe. Stands in recess until our next available date. Thank you.